All right. We are back and we are live. Last week, you guys set out from Zarzeth Kittrell. You headed north, traveled for the better part of a day, and had this strange occurrence of sturges all over the place, just kind of watching you, following you a little bit, and the grouping continued to get larger, thicker, more ominous as the night was setting, and it seemed like they would continue to hone in a little bit more on you every time you stopped and would converse about what you were going to do. So you pressed on until almost nightfall, and then decided it was probably time to take a rest, and you were trying to find a good spot for that, as you were also noticing Perytons. Eventually, Willem made the connection that there were also Perytons flying around, seemingly not paying attention or not caring about the sturges, but very focused on you all, almost hovering as if they were vultures. And just as you guys were trying to figure out what to do with them, you heard the roaring sound of a strange creature that eventually, upon spotting it, you all realized was a chimera. So typically a mortal enemy of the Peryton, but for some reason they were all focused on you, the intruders in the ravine. So you guys were able to dispatch the chimera, mostly thanks to Whiskey's hypnotic pattern, which basically took the chimera out of the fight until almost the very end. You guys were able to take care of the sturges without any trouble, and the Perytons were largely just a nuisance at that point. Once the chimera was released from its hold, he did take out who ended up falling?
Me.
Willem, that's right. Willem dropped after having been his blood removed by a couple sturges earlier in the fight. A big gout of fire sent him tumbling, but after that it was not that tough of a fight, and you were able to put down the chimera. And you guys decided to harvest some meat from the bones, I believe, and we're trying to set up a camp for the night. And does anybody remember the conversation that went down at the end of the night?
Anna and Willem were talking about his deity, his angelic patron, so to speak. And then we started going into one of the children stories that involve the albino goblin, and then we were getting into that, and I believe at that point was when Nona noticed something in her search, and her keeping an eye out of things, and saw a shadow wolf.
Yeah, and that was the last thing that you guys heard when we ended, was this terrifying howl.
Yes.
Is there anything else you guys want to recap from last week? Because otherwise we're going to actually start tonight in combat.
But I'm sleeping.
Nona and I were the only ones awake at this point, or were we just the only ones watching and not doing anything
I believe
else?
Grolid was the only one who had officially turned in for the night. He had set up his tent and was inside trying to sleep. I think everyone else was largely a part of the conversation. And so you guys were the only ones active on watch.
I think Roland said that he was not wearing armor.
Correct.
Which is frightening.
I mean, yeah, it's a little rough when you wear heavier armor, medium and heavy a lot of times. Yeah, when you're sleeping, you probably take it off. All right.
It's a little hard to sleep in a tin can, you know.
I sleep in a litter box.
Do you bring your litter box with you?
Hey, I don't disclose my portable stuff.
All right,
Too
well,
funny.
let's then see what's going on. If anyone would like to Jaeger picks, feel free. Otherwise, we will say, well, I'll come up with something that he does instead. We have, if we're looking at Tailspire, which Anna does have up and running for anybody who's wanting to know what in the world's going on. Oof. These are rough rolls, guys.
Yes, a 9.
Crap, baby. A 1.
Well, Grolan at least has an excuse. He's asleep.
Hey, we're all engrossed in the story. There's plenty of reason.
Me and Link topped it at 13. Wow.
So
Oh, wait, William on that too.
And the wolf came to the camp and said he'd huff and puff. Yeah.
Grolid, I've got your little tent set up over here. So we will assume you are in the tent currently. I've got your figure on the board, but he's just hidden until you come out of the tent.
That's
All right, and I have adjusted my I unequip the armor in D&D Beyond and then update, so
fair
Abray will
enough.
have my 12 armor class.
Okay. There is a command to do that in the initiative to do a
you won't
modifier.
get hit. I
But-
promise.
That's simple enough. Wow. All of you collectively, 13 is the highest, huh? Well, they don't even need to have a surprise round because most of them are going before you anyway. Wow. Okay.
Them.
Yes.
Oh yeah, them. You guys may need to get picks up and running just so you have another stabby stab in the party.
Oh
All
no,
right.
sounds like Pick just blown the coop.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been the smart one tonight. Let's see. Then, first up, gotta get in the right channel here. And then I need to find all the things. All right, first up, Nona, you are the nearest one to a creature who comes running out from behind the trees. All of these, for the most part, are in quite a bit of darkness. Nona, the reason that you even spotted this wolf was because you moved out and your little light on your wrist was able to shine a little bit brighter. But these creatures seem to almost, as they strike light, almost seem to like coalesce from the darkness, almost as if they're at least partly made of shadow itself.
Oh, fun.
So this first one comes up and is going to make a claw attack. Against you, Nona. And 21 hits for 17 points of slashing damage because it rolled max on its damage. Wow, 2 6s. You made
Yes, and I'm
a
not raging.
yeah, that's right. You made a Constitution save, so you can feel there's something coursing through those claws that are like start to pulsate through your bloodstream, and you just kind of steel yourself to force it out. It almost started to kind of lock you up briefly. You do, though, as it gets in within range of you. Similar to, this was the other group. There is a terrifying smell to this guy. So as he
Like that?
comes, let's see, starts his turn within 5 feet. So when you start your turn, then you'll have to do that, but not currently yet. That's why I didn't
Okay.
activate that one yet. And then he's going to try to bite you also. I got all the rolls tonight, guys. 27 hits and 12 points of a mixture of slashing and necrotic damage from the bite. And you have these long, like needle-like teeth kind of bite into your forearm.
Ouch.
He's smaller than you, still a medium creature. This seems to be some sort of a ghastly type of thing, judging by the smell and the fact that it kind of creeped out of the shadows. It looks sort of ghoulish in nature, but if it is a ghoul, it's not anything that you've seen before. Second one is going over here. 15, 20. And unless anybody's going to do anything with picks, we're going to just currently hide him. So I'm not tempted to kill him off without him having been here. So instead we get Whiskey targeted. Wow. The other 19 on the roll. So 27 hits, 10 points of slashing damage. You guys have been making your con saves though. Same thing. There's this almost like this poison that courses through your veins, and you feel your body start to lock up very briefly, Whiskey, and then you kind of fight it off. This creature is pretty dang ugly and pretty dang smelly. And also solid bite, 25 on the hit, 17 points, both slashing and necrotic, just plunges right into the back of your neck. You guys are
smell
basically
you smell is TPK.
Yeah, you guys thought it was chimera meat, but it's actually urine running down your leg. All right, now, Nona, the wolf that's right in front of you actually gets his turn. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba. Tries to take a hefty bite out of you, but you're facing him. You see him. He isn't really able to coalesce out of the shadows. And so the bite misses. The other one. Grolid, you are saved by virtue of not being out here yet. But you are probably hearing this at this point. There is a large shadowy form that appears, Whiskey behind you, Grolid right outside your tent flaps.
A third one or a person?
This is the second wolf that you're aware of, wolf-type creature. So there are two ghoulish type creatures right now on the battlefield and two wolf-type creatures that you've seen.
Oh man, I only thought there were wolves. Okay.
Nope, the first thing that actually hit you was a ghoul type of thing. The bite misses you, Whiskey. What was that, Willem?
Looks like Golem from Lord of the Rings.
It does a little bit, yeah.
My pretty.
All right, Link. Technically, you guys are... I didn't roll with attack with advantage, but you guys technically, as far as I know, are probably all seated right now since you were just kind of having a chat around the fire. So take that into account that you're technically on the ground and should probably at least use half your move to stand. Otherwise, you're going to be attacking with disadvantage depending on what you're doing.
All right. Well, I will be targeting the hound in front of Nona with my bow.
All right, so everybody is aware these are mastiffs. These are shadow mastiffs. So M1 is the one by Nona. M2 is the one by Whiskey. And then the other ones you don't really have a name for just yet, but you have SH1 is the one by Nona, and SH2 is the one by Whiskey.
And I am going to cast Hunter's Mark on it before I actually attack.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, wow, this isn't good.
You're kind of you scramble up to your feet and grabbing your bow as quickly as you can, knock an arrow just kind of as you're standing, and it's hard in the darkness between all of this surprise attack on you, and you fire it off into the darkness. Second one with the 25 definitely hits. 9 points of magical piercing damage. You definitely clipped him. That added all the bonuses you needed there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Bonus action was your Hunter's Mark, so you are done unless you're moving.
No moving, but I would have stood up.
Okay, gotcha. Cool. All right, Nona, you got two creatures that both try to take a hefty chunk out of you. The undead-looking creature to your left definitely did the damage, but you know that Mastiff is not to be messed with either.
Notice the yell. Get up! And then she's gonna rage. And then she's gonna smash the one that bit the crap out of her.
All right.
That's
SH1.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right, first swing is a hit, 15, 10 points of slashing damage. Second one also hits. That's a nice one, 27 hits for another 10 points.
That's better. Okay, so that's it.
And at least you're a little bit more durable now.
Yeah, at least.
Willem, we're up to you, and then some more stuff will happen before the next
Okay.
person.
Is it a standard action to drink a potion?
We've been allowing bonus actions.
Okay. We'll use a bonus action to drink a greater potion of healing.
All right. You
And I
should, if you've got it in your
website.
stuff, it should be, I think that.
Well, let's try it and see.
There you go. Up 13 points.
Something. Use my movement to stand,
All right.
half my movement,
Yep.
which will leave me with 20 left. I'm looking at where's the stupid stream. Okay, why'd the stream go away? There it is. Okay. Move me to the other side of Link and up behind Whiskey.
You want right beside the
right there.
massive-
Basically,
gotcha.
hopefully I'm timing it so when Grolid opens his tent, we're flanking this monster here, or at least dividing its attention, is my thought.
Gotcha. Yeah, unless Groland's able to tumble through somehow, he's going to be right at the door flap, fighting at the door flap. So we'll see what he does to try to get through.
That may give him an edge of surprise, also. What I'm thinking, if I get its attention. Okay, what is that thing's target designator?
That is M2 Mastiff. I tried to put these names in so they were a little easier to keep track of.
And I'm just going to do 2 attacks because I have no smites left, so it's not going to matter.
Okay. You've got second levels, right? But you
No,
want
I
to save
used them
those?
all. They're all done. They're all
Gotcha.
gone. No spells left.
All right. 2 swings, both of them hit. 19 and a 17 for 14 points and 13 points of magical slashing, so 27 total. He's looking a little rough. You definitely took some hefty chunks out of him. And at least they're not now surrounding Whiskey by himself. I think that's
also the
everything,
point.
right?
Trying to make sure he can't get behind Whiskey in his rear arc, so.
All right. You all hear again a much more focused, almost it seems like louder than the last howl before.
Hey, did Ryan get to go?
Ryan hasn't come up
After
yet.
they do.
Got it.
Yeah, from further out than what your eyesight outside of, I would assume Ryan, actually, because you can see in whatever type of magical darkness. Ryan, right here, for basically you only. Nona may be able to spot it. Let's see. Yeah, Nona, you should be able to see it. As he comes up into view, this is a much larger version of this wolf-like mastiff creature. It seems like it's the alpha of the group. And he unleashes another howl. This time, it's like shaking every single one of you to your core. We'll see if it's programmed in here. Oh, I gotta do everybody. Let's see. All right, let's see if that works. All right, yes, so there's this unearthly howl. Anna,
10 rounds?
you get to try to save on every round, but it lasts for no more than 10 rounds. That's how a lot of these spells
Combat's over. That's a long
yeah.
time for a spell. That's crazy.
work. You can try to save
each round though.
every
Yeah.
round. That's how a lot of spells work. So Anna saves, Link, Ryan, and Willem all make your saves. Whiskey, double check on your sheet that +4 is accurate for your wisdom save. Because you've got an item that should be giving you a bonus, and I can't remember whether that's
That item
applying or
has
not.
never given me a bonus.
You should also be
Pretty
getting
sure
another.
I'm pretty sure it has so far. I'm just double checking that it has on this time.
You should also get another 2-point bonus from my aura of protection, Whiskey.
That's true. Anybody who
It gives me
that's-
a +1 bonus.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Look at your wisdom save though.
It's
Click
4.
on that. Right, but click on it. See if it's giving you a +1 from something else.
Okay, that is with the save. Okay.
Yeah, it was a +3, I think.
Yeah,
That's what I was double
I
checking.
thought that item was going to grow with me, but it's still just
I mean, it
little
will
thing.
if you
It's a little thing.
unleash it.
Do you know if it counted my aura in there? Because
No.
that should be a +2.
No, because it has no idea where you're standing.
Okay.
I have no idea what
Once you
that
have a
means.
+2,
Anthony,
that's
so-
within. Let me see what the range of
I
it is.
was getting to it. How many feet from you? 10 feet?
I'm looking.
Yeah, it's 10.
Yeah, so technically I would say Grolid, Whiskey, and Link would all have a +2.
I rolled
Link
a
made
1,
his
it
save
doesn't
anyway.
matter.
That would help Grilled.
But yes, Grolid would go from a 10 to a 12, so Grolid would actually have made the save. So when it comes around to your turn, I'll take the frightened off of you. All right. And that is technically his turn because that was his action. You all are, even if you can't see in that direction, those of you with dark vision can probably see the shadows moving around. Like I said, Nona can definitely spot it from here. Yeah, I would say it's in dim light for everybody at this point, and Ryan, you can very clearly see it right over here.
I see you.
All right, and last, but certainly not least, diving down from the top is a very large creature I don't know if any of you have seen before. Grolid being out of their inside the tent would be the only person I would potentially give a check for on this, and he doesn't even know what's going on yet.
Either do we.
That's
Other
true.
than
No idea what's going on.
no, other than being attacked in the middle of the night by, so I have no idea on the storyline on this.
You do. You just haven't thought too much about it yet.
Someone may, but I don't think I do.
Nona, this creature actually swoops down and tries to grab you with its hind legs and pick you up and carry you off, but it was unable to actually grab a hold of you.
Okay.
It looked like it's large enough and strong enough that if it were to get you, it could probably carry you off, no problem. Ryan, now you just saw a very large bat-like feral creature. It's not a bat, but that's the best thing you've got in this darkness and without anything else to really place it with. Swoop down and is now in between you and Nona.
All right. I would like to move backwards about 25 feet if I could.
Well, you got to stand up for half your move.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought since I was on watch, but out towards into the grass as opposed to on the...
Back here.
Yeah.
I'll give you, what's your total move? 30?
Yes.
I'll give you 20 instead of 15. You could have
All
been
right,
partially standing. How about that?
All right. So how far away from everybody am I then? Our people.
The furthest away, Willem is 35. Grolid would be somewhere between 40 and 45 from you.
And the closest?
Closest is Anna. That's only like 20 feet.
Okay, that's perfect.
She was right beside you at the time.
All right. I move out there and I cast Darkness. On myself.
Okay, so the technically it's on a point. So think of the grid. It's not on the center of you. It would be like, where those edges meet, or there, or right in there.
This one can be on an object that isn't being worn or carried.
Okay, so he would still have to put it on either an object that you're holding. Is that what you're gonna do? Technically, you could center it on yourself if you cast it on your rod or something like that.
And then I'd have to lay it on the ground because I'd be wearing it or carrying it, right?
Right.
It says it moves with it.
How does it?
It says an object you are holding or one that isn't being worn or carried. So you can cast it on something you have or something else that nobody has.
Okay, yeah, I'd cast it on something I have then.
Okay, so probably the rod, because I imagine that's the thing you usually hold in your hand, right?
Yes.
And then you can carry it with you. And it'll move with you as well.
Yes, that's what I will do.
Okay, so that is 15-foot radius of darkness. So this amount of space, give or take a tiny bit, is completely engulfed in magical darkness. So even people with dark vision are unable to see what happened to Ryan and what's going on right now in that general area.
Perfect.
For the record, I don't care.
Bonus action?
No.
Whiskey's like, well, that just means that I am not going to be giving you an inspiration.
I am not even inspired at the moment. Give me a 30-foot radius.
From you?
Please.
Let's see.
Yes. Not from me. Like center it so like in the middle beyond me so I can try to get everything into it. I still have one of these spells left. See if I can get that back creature and maybe the creature in front of me. Like put the spell out from me, like by the side. Yeah, somewhere out there and then pull it.
Is that the hypnotic pattern? Is that also
Yes.
centered on a point? Is that what it says?
I believe so. Let me check. I'm scared. My saves are all done, but I can still cast, so. Where'd it go? There it is. 30-foot cube.
30-foot cube, got it.
Within range. Yeah,
I mean,
cube.
you technically could get everything.
Done.
Yeah, through, because that's 20 foot.
Just tell me who the targets are.
That would
Already
be
pooped, but
that would be everything, I think. So
it
you've
may
got.
not work. So
Make sure you target each individually, but SH1 and 2.
what is it?
SH1 and
Okay,
SH2.
Oh, SH1, SH2. Okay.
M1 and M2 for the two mastiffs.
Yes.
Alpha is the larger alpha mastiff.
Is it, right, Alpha Master?
No, just alpha.
Okay. Okay.
And GL1 is this big bat-like creature.
Yeah, if it all works. Let's see. Oh, one succeeded, which was M2. Oh my god.
Yep, so the mastiff right beside you that attacked you is the only one that succeeded. All the rest currently failed.
Of course it is.
Failed their save. But yeah, and I'll assume you knew to throw it out far enough that 30 foot wouldn't actually have backlash. Oh, also, Nona, you need to make a wisdom save with a DC of 16 also.
Oh, because she's in the pattern.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nona,
Sorry,
but I had to.
I was you hit enter before I told you, or before I was. Yeah, I was going to tell you to target her too, but we'll just play it this way instead. It's fine.
I was excited.
Still was probably your best play at the time.
That was my only. Well, no, I have Dimension Door. That was my final play. Just so you know, I thought about it, and I can't leave my crew. So.
Okay, so Nona also failed her save.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah.
Don't worry, I can shoot her later to snap her out of it.
But at least she's
Yeah.
safe. Okay.
I'm safe for right now.
Yes, you're safe.
So yeah, all of you, Whiskey probably doesn't even bother standing up. Just does his typical.
And I have one more. I have a what do you call it? Bonus. I'm gonna do my healing word on myself.
Okay, go for it.
Well, that's better than nothing.
So 9 points of healing. Yeah, Whiskey basically, I would imagine, picked up his hurdy-gurdy, still sitting by the fire, partially bleeding, and just starts cranking that sucker up.
Partially bleeding? Yeah. So yeah, crank it up, and I like you bastards. And I the song is a creepy lullaby, like a sleepy lullaby. Maybe it's and
it seems to work.
Winkle.
It seems to work because everything is just slowly kind of bobbing to the
Except
music.
the little guy in front of me.
Won't that take the bat down too?
He is not paralyzed. He is charmed. Technically, the effect is charm.
Okay.
Yeah, and technically the creature in front of me, Willem, you hear me go, oh my God, you didn't get charmed? Crap.
Oh, I do, however, need, because I forgot when you guys were all...
I can make a save? No.
When you guys all started your turns, anybody within, double check, I think it's just 5 feet of these ghoulish creatures needs to make a Constitution save. So Whiskey, yes, Whiskey will. And Nona, yeah. Nona's good. Whiskey, that's a failure. But I think what you did won't matter. At least for this turn. So, when you fail, you are poisoned until the start of your next turn. So it gives you disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, but you didn't do either of those things on this turn anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Can I make a frighten check or no?
How much did he fail by? Two points from my aura wouldn't save him, would it?
2 points is exactly what he needed.
Then that.
Oh, sweet!
You're within my aura. He should save that.
So
I will kiss you very wetly when we're over this.
So yeah, you're fine on that stench, and on a successful saving throw, you're immune to the stench for 24 hours. So Nona and Whiskey, you don't have to continue making those checks then on this fight.
Do we get to do the frighten this round or next round?
I'm double checking here. Can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns. So yes, go ahead. So it's a wisdom save.
Yes.
Right. No problem.
The gods
And
love me.
technically, with Willem's +2, then it was a 23.
Yes. I feel emboldened from these people not being able to bite me except for the damn bastard in front of me.
All right. Frightened effect removed from Whiskey. Grollet is frightened even though he doesn't really know exactly what's going on yet. There's plenty of shadows being cast from the various lights outside. But
actually,
roll it, made a save.
with my bonus.
Now,
did I skip
everybody
roll?
should be
Hang on.
Anthony, everybody should be aware of the way these creatures are moving from the 2 times I've used this already. So,
Yeah.
once
you
again,
guys-
I'll yell, don't hit them except the one in front of me.
The one that still seems to be moving.
The one that didn't get hit.
Okay. Grollet, no frightened effect.
I'm out of 3s. One left, one.
So now what are you doing?
Who, me?
Well, clearly something is happening, so I am
Yes.
grabbing my.
Yeah, you definitely hear combat outside.
I am grabbing my.
And whiskey screaming, yes. And then a hurdy-gurdy, yes.
Yeah, I heard the hurdy-gurdy. That was all I needed to know.
No, you heard me scream when I got attacked. That was enough.
So yeah, I'm grabbing my wave bender and moving out of the tent.
It
I'm
definitely was
bleeding.
not a happy hurdy. It was definitely a growling gurdy.
Yeah, it's a growling gurdy.
Gertie.
All right, so you're grabbing a weapon. You're clambering out of the tent, and there's really... You can either... you're basically going to have to fight essentially from prone
Knock the tent
in the
over.
tent.
Knock the
or
tent over.
just knock it over? Okay. I'll let you do that as a bonus action. That seems like an okay middle ground, because it probably should have taken a full action to...
To swipe my hand and move it as I'm moving.
I mean, if it's a decent
I'm
tent,
not
you
being
got
gentle
it
if I
staked
broke
in the
it.
ground. It's only a 6-second action. I'm just saying that will likely be at least a bonus action, especially since you're also grabbing your weapon and also climbing out, and there's a lot of stuff you're technically doing that are partial turns here.
All right, then I won't bother, and I'll just step behind the wolf.
Okay, so I'll count it as difficult terrain because you're not technically moving through him, but you're gonna have to kind of squeeze through to get there. But so half your action or half your move to stand up, half your double move or whatever. So you've used basically all of your move at this point, but I doubt you're going anywhere from here anyway.
No, that's where I was headed.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and activate my right. Don't know exactly what I'm facing here, sadly. But I know it's still cold out here, and they're not wearing any clothes, so lightning sounds good. Typing right like I was correct. Of course, as usual, I roll high on my.
At least you're consistent.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop making yourself bleed.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood, except for me.
Only I do.
And I guess I will then take an attack against that one that is right there in front of me. As soon as I can get my copy and paste here to work. That is SH1? No, not SH. That's
M
something. I know that.
Mastiff 1.
This is
SS.
M2.
Just M2?
Are you attacking the Mastiff or are you attacking the ghoulish creature?
Mastiff.
Yeah,
One that's not bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, M2.
M2.
And I need to
do
look
I have
at the hypnotic
advantage?
pattern. Yes, you are flanking.
My blood is helping me flank.
Still, though, I did manage to. Oh, not bad damage.
I will never sit by a fire and read a story again.
So here's what's going on. You hit with the 24, 18 points of total damage. Part of that was lightning, and you killed the thing. So attack 2. Well, the advantage or the attack with advantage wouldn't have mattered. I will double check to see if an 11 would have actually hit against this other creature. But I don't think it will. Let's see. No. So second swing, as far as I know, probably would have been on this other creature, but the follow through just kind of misses.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
But your question on the side did have me ask. This thing should have pulled that up, but yeah, these little ghoulish creatures are actually immune to the charm condition, and technically that is the official effect for hypnotic pattern. So for a brief moment you do see them kind of weave back and forth and then just kind of shake their head and go
But that doesn't. The alpha isn't. The alpha's hooked.
Yeah,
on charm.
You see all three of the beasts. Well, this one Mastiff is dead now. The other two beasts and then this large winged creature all still seem to be affected.
Okay, they're hooked on charm. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure because they say condition immunity is charmed. So thank you for having me double check on that, Grolid. I don't know why it didn't.
Yeah, that's just a learning experience for me, knowing that ghouls can't be charmed.
At least this particular type.
Well, yeah, I'll go on the assumption.
You have to have your monster hunter try to figure out what these things are at some point.
A lot of undead, you have to have an actual charm undead spell, like specifically for the undead.
I have some other tricks up my sleeve.
All right, Anna.
All right, so which ones are currently affected, or which ones are not affected by the hypnotic gaze right now?
The two that look like Gollum, the ghoulish looking things, SH1 and 2,
All right,
are not affected. I'm gonna take that off too.
I'm actually going to. I'm gonna walk up behind Whiskey, and I'm gonna cast Aura of Vitality.
I am still sitting on the ground.
going right like over here by Whiskey?
Yeah, and then I'm
'Cause
going
it's
to
a
use
touch
my
thing.
bonus action to heal Willem up a little bit by 2d6 if you want to roll that, Willem. Just HP mod 2d6.
Nope.
Close.
Spelled it.
So
Sorry.
close.
Yeah.
Homod. Got the 2d6 Homod. All right, that's another 10 points.
Thank you. That'll help quite a bit. Thank you.
And that's it for me.
The cast and the bonus action was activating it. Okay.
Yeah.
You're staying put there?
Yeah, with being seated, I think that's as far as I can go.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, because you didn't start close enough to Willem to get that extra 10 feet. All right. This creature doesn't like the fact that you were trying to charm it, Whiskey. So he's going to try to take a nice claw attack against you.
What creature? I don't see him.
The one right in front of you.
Oh,
The one that we thought
I
was...
thought that was the dead mastiff.
No, you had the Mastiff and one of these shadow creatures both beside you. But the claws, natural 1, are a miss.
Ooh, you-
Tries to follow through with the bite.
No, oh, that hurt. Oh my God.
Yikes.
Yeah, kill me.
20
Yeah, I'm almost dead.
Oh,
Cool.
you still have almost 20 hit points. 27 hits, 23 points of necrotic, and slashing damage. This bite really hurts. And I need you to make a DC 11 concentration save on your hypnotic pattern.
I know the importance of this, so I'm going to use one of my portents and have him roll a 13.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
And that's even a 13 plus whatever your mod is, right?
Yeah.
So you're fine. So yeah, you start to like lose concentration, and then you almost feel like your head clears. You're not really sure.
That's because Anna slapped me in the back of the head.
Yeah. Hey,
Yes.
get it together.
It's a bit more
Not this time.
Your eyes kind of glaze over with starlight, and then you're able to see straight again. Oh, hang on, I got the other guy still. The other one that's here on Nona is actually attacking. He doesn't know any better and is not smart enough. No, he is actually smart enough. He's going to take advantage of the fact that this raging barbarian person doesn't really seem to
she's
be
feeling
attacking at the moment.
She's staring at the pretty light.
So it's going to go 5, 10 over here, and probably is not smart enough to figure out something like flanking. He's just going to move over here and attack Grolid. .21 hits, especially with your lowered AC. 12 points of slashing damage, but you made your con save. You guys have been resisting this paralysis so far, so good. Gonna follow through with the bite. And that one misses. The Grolid at your back, especially not wearing that armor that you're so used to, you feel this rake tear across the square of your back. It hurts quite a bit.
Anyone paying attention at that moment would see the claws dig into him, and something almost instinctively changes, and his fighting style changes as he realizes, "Oh shit! I'm not wearing my armor. I better change my attack. I
can't frontline
my
this.
approach."
Yeah. All right. Back to Link.
All right. Which one of the two shadows is closest to me?
Closest to you is SH2. That's the one right here.
You said SH2. Then I am going to target him twice.
All right, and who do you have the hunter's mark on right now?
M1.
Okay, so you're leaving it on him?
Yes.
Okay. After Link is Nona, who currently is, I guess you get to save against Frighten, even though you're also charmed. And then Willem after that. All right, first one hits, 26 for 6 points of piercing. He's looking a little worse for wear. Second one, all this shadow and darkness is really throwing you off here.
That's his second one.
Yeah.
I will need to add my my 1d4 bonus psychic damage to the first one.
You want to roll, or do you want me to just apply it straight?
Your choice.
Just apply it here. 1d4. Tell you what it was. 2 points. So 2 points psychic. All right. Are you moving?
Nope.
All right. And the psychic was bonus action.
Psychic was bonus action, yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. Nona, would you like to make a save against being frightened?
Yeah. It's what is
Just
it again? The
wisdom save. I think. What's your DC? Whiskey 16.
I believe so.
Pretty sure it's a 16.
It's where the heck is that? Oh my!
Why is she making a save against that though?
Sorry, not frightened. Against the
The
charm.
You don't,
the charm.
Yeah, you don't get a save against that.
Oh, that's true. You're stuck.
You're
well,
stuck
no,
until you're smacked.
she's saving not against Whiskey's frightened. That's against the howl of frightened. So you're still making a save, but the DC is only 12. It's the end of her turn, so the start and the end. If you were a little closer to Willem, then you'd make it.
Nona's still looking at pretty lights and still kind of scared.
Nona, two things. Number one, double check. You maybe aren't high enough yet to get bonuses to being able to resist a lot of this stuff while you're raging. But double check. You may get some sort of bonus of some sort. But also you didn't take damage on this round, and you didn't deal damage, so your rage also subsides.
Well, that took too long to work. I actually clicked it on the sheet, but nothing happened, so I just typed it in. But
it's a wisdom.
No frightened. Yeah.
Oh, it's a wisdom check instead of wisdom save.
Yeah.
You should be able to click in the box on the upper left that has all the saves specifically, and it'll do save instead of a check.
Yeah.
Although for you, it's the same.
Yeah.
All right, so you are at least not. No, you're pretty much stuck, and also not raging.
Mm-hmm.
Willem, with all that healing that's been going on, almost up to full health again. What'd you like to do?
Kill something.
You have a dead beastie right here on the ground. You can move through it, but it'd be difficult
That thing
terrain.
catty corner is still in melee range, isn't it?
Yep.
Take that on.
That would be SH2.
Man, I wish I had some smites left. This is the kind of thing they're made for.
Yep.
Come on. Dash, not number. There, button. That is SH1 or 2?
2.
2.
All right, first attack hits with the 22 for 11 points, and second one misses with an 11. You guys are whittling him down, but he's not quite there yet. Bonus action or move.
Looking. Yeah, let me move towards Grolid just 5 feet.
Okay, it'll technically be 10, and you'll be standing on top of this creature that fell and is dead. If you're okay with that, that's fine.
Is that a problem?
I mean, as long as Willem's okay with kind of straddling it.
Yeah, no, it's dead. No big deal.
Yeah, it's not oversized, so you should be able to do that just fine as it's slumped over.
And I'm hoping that I can get that. Grelid, I'm like, we've got this one. Watch your back, Grelid.
All right, this guy's charmed. This guy's charmed, so we're up to Ryan, standing in a puddle of his own darkness.
Yes, and now I'm going to see if I can help my friends out.
There, it's a little darker now. All right, you guys see crackling bolts of blue energy come flying through from the darkness. One of them hits the ghoulish fiend over here, and the second one goes flying off into the distance. A 24 to hit for 8, and a 10 misses. Bonus action or move?
Well, no, that's really going to be an attack. I was going to see if I could pick up a rock and throw it at Nona, just to knock her out of the...
It specifically says to take an action to shake them out of it. You don't have to make an attack, but you have to make an action to kind of shake them back into consciousness.
I can't do anything then unless I can just run into her, but I don't think so.
In Soviet Russia, darkness casts magic missile at you.
Darkness runs at you. All right, back around to Whiskey. Willem, I forgot to have you make your save against the stench, so remind me next time when your turn starts.
I made it the first time around, didn't I? No, that was from the howl. Never mind.
Yeah.
Something different.
All right, Whiskey. You still got this evil, undead, ghoulish creature in front of you.
When I cast a spell on myself, do I have to type it out and do target myself?
You have to target yourself, yeah. Unless it only says target self.
Yeah, I think that is only a target self, and then I just mark it off. Then
what are you casting?
Oh, I'm casting Dimension Door, baby.
Then yeah, it automatically targets yourself.
Okay. Because I'm not taking another hit, and I disappear, and I'm going
into my darkness.
Because I don't know where you are. I'm going back down the road 100 feet. Well, maybe I'm going out to the field, way out here to 100 feet.
That's these creatures, these ghoulish creatures, by the way. That's a picture. 100 feet. Which direction?
Well, away from them. And I want to be within 120 feet. So if you can put me out there, maybe within. I don't want to go too far because there could be something down there. So
well,
just
part of the thing with Dimension Door is you're going to go exactly where you say you're going to go, but if you don't know where you're going, you could technically Dimension Door right into a wall or whatever.
Come down. I'm going to look back down the road and just blip way down 100 feet down there. And
so somewhere around here is 100 feet.
Okay, I'm just blipping myself.
And as long as you're in the center, there was a road and a path there. That's probably the safest bet for you.
And then I'm casting as a healing word on myself as a...
you need a cantrip. It's a bonus action because you already did a full action cast.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't think there are very many
No,
cantrip bonus
healing
actions.
word is okay, bonus action. I take a potion.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
I haven't done one of those.
If you're
bro. How do
casting
you do
twice,
that?
one has to be a cantrip, one has to be a
How do you
potion. The command is potion healing. If it's just a
so you
regular
type
healing
the
potion.
exclamation part potion
Yeah,
or space? no?
potion, space healing.
And then potion?
Nope, potion, space healing with the exclamation
Okay.
mark at the beginning.
Okay, let's start over. Exclamation part.
Potion.
Okay, together, right?
That.
Space healing. Does that look like a space? I have to. Okay. No, I didn't target myself.
Nope,
No,
you don't need
you
to target
don't.
yourself. You just put a space.
No, that's what I thought. It looked like you had a space there.
No, there's the exclamation mark is telling the Abre bot, hey, we've got a command coming in, so you have to put something right after it, or it doesn't recognize anything.
Okay.
So 7 points of healing from your potion.
And that.
All right, and technically, now you have your full move if you're trying to do anything else.
Technically, I'm going to hold that move in case something decides to come out of the darkness
Well,
to
that's
eat
not how
me.
it works, but
I'm just saying. And I have a cat move with that, so no.
yeah. But you can only hold your standard actions. You can't hold a move unless you're
Okay.
holding your standard action to dash.
One more bite from Gollum the Ring Bearer and I would have been dead, so nope.
All right.
Survived.
Grolid, your potential source of inspiration yeeted on out. But it is your turn. I need you. Well, let's try the stench here, actually.
No. I'm immune to poison.
Completely
Stink
immune
bill.
to poison and poison condition.
Yes.
Okay. Then
Because
don't worry about it.
Grolin
Because
likes
he
the
drinks
smell.
poisons all the time.
Because he likes the smell.
I like drinking poisons. It's good for you.
Is that like iocane powder?
Thank you. I was trying to remember it and I couldn't.
I have a mental link there. I knew that.
All right, so Grolid's up now. Anna will be next.
All right, so Drolid, having now realized that he is not wearing his armor, charging into combat while already injured, decided not maybe the best idea. So
Scarcely was his armor damped did Sir Grolid change his tactics.
he bravely ran away.
Exactly.
So,
I did leave a trail.
No, you blazed one. You didn't leave one.
Oh, kitty,
Sparkles behind me.
little kitty whittles.
so,
Little kibbles. Yes. A trail.
is
of
it a-
kibbles.
Is it an action to like decide or to try and figure out what everything here is?
You'd
Or-
have
or
to,
a bonus?
you would basically take an action for each creature, as they are not necessarily easily identifiable.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. I am not going to be. All right, so I will use my action to disengage,
Okay.
and I will move. Let me see here. That looks like Link and Anna back there.
Yeah, you've got Link, Anna, Willem. You technically don't have a clue where Ryan is, and then
Yeah, I know there's a
Nona's
big
up
pool
there.
of darkness. I'm actually going to move. No, I want to move 5, 10. Yeah, once in between and one square behind Linkana.
they're
Yes.
technically. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not on a square, but they're technically side by side. Yeah. So you can either go right behind Anna or right behind Link right here.
5, 10, 15, that's 20. Actually, I'll come out 10 more feet to the right. That'd be 30, even though I technically have 40 since I was right next to Willem. That's
Yeah,
good enough.
Moving through that dead creature that Willem is standing over is difficult terrain, so you technically lost 5 feet there too. So
Okay,
that's
that's fine.
probably a fair exchange right there.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. And let's see here. I have 2 options of what I'm going to do.
Ow.
You just have your bonus action left.
That's I've got all kinds of bonus actions on this character.
Yeah, the Blood Hunter definitely has plenty.
I'm 30 feet from the the further away of the ghoulish thingies, right? Within 30?
Yeah, you're 30.
All right. I am potentially going to regret this, but I'm going to do it anyways. Blood Curse of Binding. Again, Grolid points at the ghoul, flicks his thumb over one of the shark teeth on the wave binder again to amplify, because even without knowing what it is, it smells bad enough that it might be dead.
Right.
And
Seems
if it doesn't
reasonable.
have blood, I have to amplify it for it to work. So, and will hopefully make it fail a save. Do we remember what that command was? I need to write that down in my. And then what's the target?
SH1. B bind.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I did hit the B twice. Nice.
Oh, the amplified. You forgot to add that on there.
Yeah, I forgot to do that. So, but it has its speed reduced to 0. It gets to make a save on the end of each of its turns. Hereafter.
For up to a minute, right?
Yes, and I need to hit point mod 1 die 6.
Yep. All right. So this guy is.
I already know it's gonna be that. See, I told you.
You hear her in the background?
Yep.
Yeah, they hear.
Girl is back behind you, all dying. You don't really know why. Anna, your turn.
All right, well, with this gun, I'm going to use my bonus action to heal Grolin 2d6, if you want to put that in, Grolin. And then I'm going to use I'm going to unfurl my star map, and you start to see the map shift and change, and I'm going to use a usage of Guiding Bolt on the closer one, which I believe is this H2.
2, yep. Cool. 25 hits, 14 points of radiant damage. That's a good little hit. He would be looking bloodied if he actually possessed some kind of normal type of blood. This is like black, viscous something pouring out of his. Yeah. And he's also lit up for the next person who decides to hit him.
Yeah, he's got the little sparkles. I think that's it. I'm gonna stay put.
All right.
Gold, you got healed up.
Yep, he got 9 points.
Cool.
All right, both these guys are a little bit rough. Willem, there's not anybody else around. All of their other playthings left. So this one's going to attack with claws. And I do need. Hang on, let's do the stench first. Yeah, I'll apply it because it'll happen on your turn anyway, and it's only on attack rolls anyway. So, major save. So, yeah, they smell terrible, but you're able to fight through it. All right, now we'll do claws. That is 2. Oh, natural 20. Natural 20, and you failed the Constitution save. You all see as everybody flees your noble paladin, one of these creatures takes a claw strike, 21 points of slashing damage, and you see Willem just lock up completely and is frozen in place.
I don't suppose my 2-point bonus making that a 10 would have helped.
The save is a 12.
Well, don't know.
But that's
it's not a disease, is it?
No.
Okay.
It is just a paralysis effect.
Gotcha.
But paralyzed also means that they attack with advantage because you're not really able to.
No dexterity bonus.
Yep. So he's going to take a bite. $25 hits.
Yikes.
12 points, and you feel like the necrotic just kind of coursing through. Yeah. It's pretty painful, and this thing here, again, you're the next closest one. He's coming up, and he's already getting advantage on you, but also gonna try a claws. At least you can't be doubly paralyzed.
Well, I'll be dead here in a second. It won't matter.
Well, the advantage helped it. It's 18, but it was a natural 1 without. 14 points of slashing damage. You made the save, but again, it doesn't really matter. Willem is down to, yes, 1 hit point.
I'm trying, damn it.
Let's see if you can withstand the bite. Oh, I didn't. Oh, well, I didn't do it with advantage.
I thought the other one was bound.
Oh, you're right. You're right. This one right there is bound, so he can't even get to you. You can actually add those 14 points back. Thank you.
Oh, that's a big help.
Thank you, Santa.
Yep, he's here. You get your 14 points back, but he will make a save then.
Strength save DC 14.
Let's see if this works.
Yes.
That's fail. So, just kind of not going where he seems like he's tugging at ropes that don't exist, trying to like lurch forward and is not going anywhere. Almost like he's leashed by something and can't go anywhere. Yep. Good looking out there. All right, this guy is still unable to move or go anywhere, so we're back around to Link.
Link is going to target the second ghoul again.
Going right here by the tent.
Yeah, the one that just attacked Willem.
Yep.
Adding my 1d for psychic damage to either of the attacks if they hit.
Okay. First one misses. 14. And 26 definitely hits. If we were playing Pathfinder, that'd be a crit. 11 points. And you add you mean to add the 4, or are you gonna do it?
I'll roll for it.
Okay. All right, another 2. Oh, that was actually SH. Oh well. You attacked the one that was bound.
Well then, I guess I meant to do 2.
They both have almost the same amount of hit points.
And they're shadowy. It's difficult to tell them apart.
That's racist.
I was more going for the other one just because it was the one doing the attack.
Yeah, I figured. Nona, let's see. Well, you can try to make your save against being frightened.
Wisdom save. Yay.
Yeah. $10. Yeah, and Willem's still not close enough. So yeah, 10's still not going to do it. You're really scared, but you're still just enthralled by the haunting, echoing sounds moving through the canyon of that hurdy-gurdy that actually doesn't exist anymore except for in your mind. Willem is currently paralyzed. Let me double check. Paralyzed for 1 minute. Repeat save at the end of your turn. So make me a DC 12 Constitution save. See if you can shake off the paralysis. All right, there you go. You are good. I'll remove the paralysis, but that is your turn.
Okay. Can I speak?
Yes, yeah, you can speak.
And I'll
let's
say,
see.
I will not be upright much longer. We may need to retreat. We might be overmatched.
There we go. This guy is also still not moving. Back around to Ryan. You got these two ghoulish creatures that are still up and about, but they look like they're not long for this world.
All right, the one that is next or closest to Willem, that's SH2?
2, yeah.
All right.
You have advantage on the first shot, by the way. I don't think anyone attacked him, right?
No.
Alrighty.
Failed its wisdom save, 6 points of magical necrotic damage. It doesn't seem to quite take hold like you wanted it to.
Last. Thought that would take care of him.
You're realizing that necrotic damage probably isn't great against
Right.
undead.
Yeah. I'm not close enough to smell them, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You're not smelling that rot that's set in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony, is that necrotic poison still coursing through my veins? Just for my information.
The stench poison you actually saved against.
Okay, but I mean the bite. Or was that just straight necrotic damage?
It's just straight necrotic damage.
Oh, okay.
It has slashing damage plus a D10 of necrotic.
Got it.
Yep. So anybody who are you gonna do a bonus action or move?
I don't really have anything that I can do.
All right. All right. So this guy still has the sparkle lights all over him, making him easier to hit. Whiskey, way back down the road.
Run me back.
Closer again.
Yes, run me down the road.
How far?
I'll just keep going till I get my full move in.
What is your full move right now? 30?
150? No, I'm just kidding. 30. And actually,
Yeah. That's
use my cat move on that. I don't want to get into combat, but run me back. I want to get
here's another
close
30.
enough.
You can probably shortcut it if you want. 30 gets you up here.
Yeah. And then those ghouls. I was trying to hold this, but I'm gonna have to use it.
Your range, yep, on one is about 45 and the other is about 50, 55, maybe 60. Depending on what you're doing, if you have an attack roll, it would get advantage on this guy.
I have circlet of blasting.
Okay.
Okay, it's exclamation point. Is it item or
Circlet. I think it has its own alias. And then target the way you would normally target on a spell.
Okay. Which is the first ghoul? Because I want to do the two ghouls.
The one closest to you is SH2. That's the one that you technically have advantage on.
Okay. Do I type advantage for that after it?
Is that a dex save or no?
Is Circlet, the Scorching Ray, is it, I don't think it's a dex save.
sure
I think it's an attack roll.
Okay, then yeah, just ADV at the end.
Of the
It may do advantage on all of them, though.
no, I was going to do ADV and then do the next attack. So
Yeah, I don't think that'll matter. You could try it, though.
It'd have to be a separate one for each target.
Okay, then I'll just do ADB. Now there's three blasts coming out of this, so I don't want to waste them.
Do it separate. We can do -I and have it cast without using up a slot.
This is the first one. I wish it could tell me how many I could cast, but it's not going to.
It's 3. It's always 3.
Okay,
The Scorching Ray, as far as I know. I think it just scales up in damage.
I'm going to do this, and then we can determine, because I don't want to use
Copy
them.
it before you press enter.
There you go. So with your advantage, 22 hits, 10 points
it died
of
on one
magic
shot,
fire.
so I
Yep.
still have 2 left. Cool.
That's why I told you to do separate.
Yeah.
I knew how much health they had left. I was telling you they were almost dead, both of them. So do the other 2, and you'll have to do -I. I think you get 3. Yeah, you create 3 rays of fire.
Oh, yeah, the other 2 are going to go after SH1, right?
SH1, yes. So no advantage, but at the end do -I, and hopefully it'll let you do it, because technically the circlet of blasting is like once a day. It did 1. You didn't. You got to target it 2 times. So you hit him 25 hits, 5 points of damage. Just do Control Z and do the exact same thing one more time. 17 also hits, 6 points. So yeah, you guys see coming from down
Coming out of the darkness
from down the
behind
path,
them.
3 streaking rays of fire come incinerating both of these ghoulish forms here.
Tactical retreat.
There you go. Kill them both. That was, let's see, 21 points of fire damage all said and done. Not too bad.
I almost used that in the last fight and said, no, I'm going to hold
Saved
it.
it. Nice. Yeah. And now you're glad you did.
God.
All right, technically you still have a bonus action. Unless, because I don't think your Tabaxi movement is a bonus action, right?
No, I don't know. It's part of my trait.
So technically you still got a bonus action if you want.
Technically, I don't think I'm still in range of anybody.
I think you definitely have Grolid. Grolid's within 30.
Okay.
What's his healing word? 30 feet? And inspiration
he is
both
hurt,
of 30
isn't
feet.
he? Yeah, but I can't do both. No, I cast the circlet. That is my action. I can't cast a spell. That is, right? That's
Unless
like
it's a bonus action.
I could do healing word.
Yeah, that's the nice way that items help you get around some of that. Is that technically you didn't use an action to cast a spell, you used an action to use an item that did a spell effect. So you technically can still use a bonus action spell. At least as far as I understand the rules, that's
Let me see.
how it
Do I
works.
have any second
Seems
levels
reasonable.
left? Yeah, I still have. Okay, good. I have. Okay. So it's T target, Grolid. Highest spell is. And then it would be, what is it? 1L2 for second level.
-L space 2.
2, yeah. Let's see.
Yep.
There you go.
That worked. So 9 points of magical healing damage, also still kind of coming from behind you. You hear the dulcet tones of your Tabaxi bard whispering through the darkness.
And then around your ears, you hear purring as you heal.
Nice.
All right. Speaking of Grolid, you see in a nice direct line in front of you 3 creatures, one of them known to you, the other 2 not so much, and then something you know that's lurking off in the darkness. All of them still seem to be relatively not paying attention to anything except for themselves.
Like no.
I see them doing the whole head bobbing thing.
Yep.
And I
Yeah, it's
see,
almost like they're dancing
Nona,
to music that doesn't exist.
and I see Nona doing the same.
Yes.
Walk up to Nona.
Gonna play Duck Duck Goose.
Gonna rickroll her.
25. Move is 30.
Depends how. I'm not very close to.
You gotta be within 10 feet.
Yeah, you're not close enough to
Yeah,
one.
and I'm not. I can't. So I cannot get to Nona.
No, you can. You can get exactly 30. That's where you gotta be, though. So you're technically
And-
there. Or you can be here, underneath the tree.
I'd rather be under the tree.
All right. I don't know if the tree will let us. Yeah, there you go.
I will grab Nona by the shoulder and say, "Wake up!"
Nona, you suddenly feel Grolid growling behind you. You spin around and you don't really know what happened the last couple of seconds.
What happened? Like, what? What?
You're sleeping on the job. You've things to kill.
I do, yes.
Bonus action, Grolid.
And while this conversation is going on, he is bringing a potion up to his lips.
All right.
Drinking a healing potion.
Go ahead and do that. It'll be on his turn.
No bonus action. Crit makes a good point. My backpack's in the tent.
Oh, that's true. You got a sword, and that's about it. You're in your skivvies.
Yep. No potion.
The orcs all hanging out right now.
Oh boy. All right. Bonus action.
That makes that back massage you gave him a little bit earlier a little bit more personal, huh?
Who gave him a back massage? What?
You came right behind him. We were joking about you slapping him in the back.
I'm gonna heal Willem for my bonus action. So go ahead and roll 2d6, Willem. Add that to your health.
Okay. Thank you.
And at this point, they're all kind of dazed right now. Is that correct?
It seems like it, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do what I do best and wake one of them up.
It only almost killed Willem last time.
Exactly.
You healed him first.
The flying creature. Which one is that?
That is GL1, yeah. I had to look it back up. I haven't been able to do anything the whole time.
I'm gonna do another guiding bolt from my map.
Fair enough. All right, 19 hits, 42 points of magical radiant damage.
Nice.
All right.
That was double damage. So that radiant just seems to like course through, almost electrifying this thing, lighting up like a beacon. And then as the damage kind of goes away and the effect wears away, you still see just this twinkling starlight pattern surrounding him.
And then I'm gonna move in front of Willem, I think.
Directly in front? Right there? Or up one more? There you go.
Right there, yeah. Just kind of put me in between him and the
Fair
creature.
enough. All right. Cool. The shadow ghasts are dead. That guy is still charmed. Link is not charmed. Link, you're up.
All right. Which creatures do we have left?
GL1 is the only one that is currently seems to be alert right now. The others are still bobbing and weaving. So this large flying creature.
Then GL1 will be my new target, and I will be moving Hunter's Mark onto him for a bonus action.
Okay.
And the first attack has advantage.
Yep.
Sweet.
So if you want to do your sharpshooter transfer of attack to damage, now might be not a bad time.
That sounds like a plan to me.
10 points of bonus damage. Never a bad idea. After Link, Nona, you'll actually get a turn.
Was it dash SS or just SS?
Just SS, no dash. All right, 16 hits. Maxed out your damage die there.
Yeah, I forgot to do advantage.
Just roll a d20 real quick. See if you get a crit. Okay, so still would have hit. right, 27 points of piercing damage, though. You guys are, instead of plinking, you guys are definitely taking out sizable chunks at this point.
All right, and I'm going to attack it again, and I'm going to try my sharpshooter again.
All right. And a 7 misses.
And it wouldn't hit anyway.
You do, however, have... Oh, you use your bonus action to apply to move the hunter's mark, so you don't have your psychic bonus, right?
Correct.
Got it. Any movement? Or are you staying put by the fire?
I'm stay put.
Fair enough. Nona, you get to save at the end of your turn against being frightened. Right now, you still are. But you actually get to take a turn. So that's something. Frightened ability checks and attack rolls are disadvantage, and while you're within line of sight of the creature who caused the fear, and you can't willingly move closer to it.
Okay, can I reach the bat? Or is it too high?
I moved him up to get rolled in. He had swooped down enough so he could actually get to you. So I would say, yeah, if you reach, you can probably take a hack at him.
All right, well, then let's do this whole rage thing again and stab. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
All right. You are attacking with disadvantage, but go ahead and apply your rage first. All right. Yeah, so your attacks are disadvantaged right now with the frightened condition.
And that's GL1?
Yes. All right, 16 hits on the first one. 9 points of damage. The second attack misses with your disadvantage. You're still shaking. There's something outstalking in the shadows just beyond your peripheral that has you terrified still. The rage is helping kind of shake things off. Anger helps you still the other nerves, but he's looking pretty rough. His flight pattern is pretty ragged at this point. That was bonus. That was attack. Are you moving? I'm assuming not.
No.
All right. Willem.
Okay. Move me in next to up to Nona and Grolan. And Willem, as he passes by Anna, will give her kind of an ironic look to say, thanks for trying to shield me, but I don't think I can do that.
Do you want here or do you want here?
Whatever gets me in range of the bat.
Both will give you range, both will give you flanking. I just don't know which one you want to.
I don't care. There's good.
All right. GL1.
Just do what I can.
I appreciate it. One. Happy creature.
All right, Willem finally able to move again. 16 hits on the first one, 15 hits on the second one, 20 points of total magical slashing damage, and this creature falls, no longer flapping, falls to the ground. Bonus action?
I don't think I have anything. Double checking.
Oh yeah, Nona, you are still frightened. Willem is now in range, but wasn't when you made the save.
Yeah, I know.
You're consistent with that 10 though. Every single roll I think for wisdom save has been a 10.
Negative. No bonus action.
All right. That one's still charmed. That one is dead. Ryan, you got the massive creature over here, and you can still see quite clearly over here the larger creature. Both of them are just still bobbing to phantom music of some sort. All right, now that thing's gone, you're technically there.
All right, the one closest to Nona is the one I'm going to be targeting.
All right, I think M1 is the one still alive. Yeah, M1.
Yes, and I'm also adding to this, even though I don't know how to actually do it in the thing, but shove back 10 feet and slow its speed by 10 feet.
It's not a mechanical thing because that doesn't gauge distances anyway. All right, natural 20 on the first one, 28.
All right.
Second one's pretty close to 25. Both hit. And the second one that was not a crit did more damage.
Go figure.
Yeah, rolling 2d10s and getting 2s on each of them. But 19 points of total damage. This thing's looking, looking pretty rough at this point, but is also now snarling at all three of the people that are closest to it.
But he does get knocked back 10 feet.
Yep. And you said slowed as well?
His movement is slowed by 10.
10 for each, right? Knocked back 10 for each?
Saw last time that's per round, I believe.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I think that's probably the direction. Based on where you're coming from. So he's back there.
Stay away from my friends.
All right. I assume you're staying put still?
Yes, if I get too close and my allies are
inside, yeah.
me.
Wasn't sure if you were going to try to protect anybody in there. Whiskey.
I'm up again? That's quick.
Oh, when you guys start killing everything, it takes less time.
That's what they say. Who looks hurt?
From where you're standing, especially because of Ryan's magical darkness.
Besides myself, move me up.
Only people that you can actually see right now are Link and Nona.
Okay, run me up 30 feet and get me as close to the fire as possible. Unless not on the fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably 30 there. Now you can actually see more people.
What is left alive?
Yeah, the one mastiff here that you guys first spotted looks like he's in a different position and is ready to charge at something. And then the giant creature that hasn't really done anything since he paralyzed everybody with fear is here. You can see more people now to assess for healing. Nobody looks terribly bad off. You know, Willem has probably taken the most damage total.
I think I have 1 second level left.
And in case...
I think I still have first level. So how do I check that? What do I have to type?
HUD. Exclamation mark HUD. You've got 1 first level, 1 second level, and 1 third level.
Oh, I still have a third. Okay, cool. Okay.
Sorry, 1 first, 1 second, and 1 fourth. You don't have any thirds. You could upcast something.
Oh no, fourth is gone because I used Dimension Door.
Oh, you just never cast it in Aberrate.
I did cast. Oh yeah, you told me I didn't have to. That's why.
I said you didn't have to target yourself. That's fine.
Oh, it's gone.
Just remember it's gone. Yeah. So you've got a first and a second, no third. And you have 2 inspirations left.
Yes.
Your distances, you've got Willem 25 feet from you, Grolid about 25, Nona is 30. The creature that is alert and looks to be charging is about 45 5. That can't be
Okay,
right.
well, I'll do a little bit of fun on it. Let's see.
Yeah, 45.
And what this? Oh, I can't spell to nothing. Oh, that's why. Be nice. VICI. Yes, okay.
After whiskey is grilled and
What's
then
his
Anna,
target?
by the way.
What's it? Who is that?
The
Is
one
that
that's
a-
alert, M1.
Yeah, M1.
Yep. You doing vicious mockery? What you
Yeah.
trying to do? Hit 1.
Oh, okay.
All right, made it save. 18 against your DC. Whatever you were trying to mock it with, this creature did not seem to be affected.
Okay. Well, it was a cantrip, so it's not like
You doing bonus action?
I'm gonna Yes. I think that's correct. No.
Yep, that's it.
Because I made her sleep, so I give her something.
Now
to
you
help
have
her.
a much more lively tune in your heart, Nona.
I might be able to use. Can I use that to help me?
Yes, it's Flight of the
Feel
Valkyries on a hurdy-gurdy.
to break free of your fright? Yeah, you can.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do that next time. Thank you.
Yep, the hurdy-gurdy version of Flight of the Valkyries.
Grolid.
Well, I have been steadily going through all my stinking abilities on my character chart, and the only action I have is attack. So I have a plan.
Attack.
Attack.
Seems reasonable.
I will charge the, yes, that one. Bring me up to its flank, though. Not quite what I meant. Off just to, yes, there you go. And what's its target designator?
Yeah, M1.
Copy. And paste. And takes a slash at it and finishes it off.
Yep, first slash will do it. 21 hits, 12 points of slashing damage, kills it. I don't know that you have enough move to actually get to the other guy, though.
I doubt it. And I wouldn't in my damaged and
Weakened
armorless state anyways. Yeah.
Okay.
But and I will do that. Will be actually I suppose I could use my bonus action as aggressive, but I'm not looking to be aggressive right now. That'll be my round.
I'm looking to be passive. Passive aggressive.
Tactical in my lack of armor.
Tactically passive aggressive. I know a lot of people like that.
What was the name of the tactical nude advantage? We need that for rolling now.
Technically not nude, but yeah, this isn't my barbarian.
Flesh colored, not nude.
All right. Bonus action. Healing Willem for another 2d6.
Thank you again.
Action. I'm going to hold the ready action. If this creature wakes up before it's my turn again, I'm going to cast Thorn Whip at it. It's a cantrip.
Okay.
I'm going to move a little bit though too. That'll be it.
All right, fair enough. Mastiff is dead. Link. You got just the large creature left.
Which designation?
Alpha.
Alpha. All right. And I assume it's within range.
Oh yeah.
And I will be targeting Alpha.
At least for you.
And I will be using my bonus action to move Hunter's Mark over to it.
All right. Bonus action, Hunter's Mark. Pew pew. After Link is Nona.
Wow.
Consistency on those natural
Three in
ones.
one night. What the hell?
No.
Really
He's
showing
out
her
doing
game.
meat tonight.
Dude. Who'd you torque off?
Wow.
Oh no!
Wow.
Holy crap.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's punishing you for misspelling alpha.
Damn.
You didn't wake it up yet, though, so that's applause.
Yeah, he hasn't actually taken damage, so that's something. Would you like to move?
Yes, the fire is what's causing the one.
Yeah, stand in the fire.
Let's move me closer to. Hang on, let's see who's where. Move me up 15 feet. And where on the map is the creatures? I'm not seeing it. Alright, and then to the right, 10 feet. That'll do.
All right.
You are in darkness, though.
Yes. You technically stepped into
It was what,
15 feet, I think.
15?
Yes, 15.
I stepped into magical darkness?
Yeah, magical darkness. If you stay on the path, you'll be out of it. If you go here, you're out of it.
That'll be fine then.
Okay. All right, Nona.
Do we just do the save first or last? I can't remember.
Saves at the end of your turn.
I can't willingly move
Yes,
towards
you
it.
can't willingly move towards it. So
Oh.
you all see Nona raring to go and then realizes that the source of her fear is the only thing left and just can't will herself to head in that direction.
Throw your shield at it.
Step in front of Willem.
That's still technically moving toward it.
Okay, fine.
Behind Willem.
Throw your axe at it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna throw my sword at it.
You have my axe. Whoa, 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 whoa. You have your scimitar right now, which I guess theoretically you could try to throw with just like a dexterity check, a straight dexterity check. But anything else you'd have to, draw a different weapon on. So up to you.
No, I'll hold. I'll stand here and just hold my action, growling, muttering things in order to edit.
All right. Well, as you do, your rage subsides again.
Let me try and save though.
Yes.
Good inspiration
But
this time.
now you can try to make your save, and you get a +2 bonus to your save at least. So there's that.
Do I type inspiration or do I just?
You're going to use the inspiration also. So let's see. So the whole thing then would be, this was wisdom, right?
Dash B.
Yeah.
And
The whole thing would be that. If anybody ever wanted to actually put in the DC, that's how you do it, by the way.
Interesting. Got it. And is that my bonus you put in there too?
Dash B 2, yeah, is a bonus of +2.
Nice. Nice to know how to do that.
I think you get the bonus automatically applied because you're always within your own aura, but anybody else would have to apply it on their own, like that, with the bonus.
I think you're correct about that.
And I mean, theoretically, you could do it in initiative, but saves don't have to be in initiative, so you could do I at the beginning if you wanted to.
Wherever you go, there you are.
It didn't like that. Let me try that again. I'm still copying.
No, not dash B2. Dash B space 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I hit space. I didn't.
Willem, you are up next, by the way.
Got it.
No. Nope. Just gonna sit here
It
and-
didn't apply the inspiration die. Roll a D. Is it D8? Yeah, D8. Roll a D8. No.
She made her save though, right?
It's a DC 12, isn't it?
It's DC 12, but you used inspiration, so I was just going to see how much more powerful of a fighting through this that it was, since it got used up regardless. Okay, a little bit.
Yeah.
Whiskey helped a little bit.
Every bit counts when I can't apparently roll over a 10 usually.
All right.
Because the dice love that.
So yes, 13, you finally, after you kind of let your rage subside and catch your breath and just kind of stare this thing down, now you feel like you could charge back in. But your rage is gone.
Yeah. That's okay.
Willem, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, you hear Willem say, "Oh, this is a bad idea," and he charges it.
We'll see about how bad it is. You just going straight through?
Yep.
All right, go for it. Target's Alpha. After Willem, he will actually get a chance to go, assuming Willem actually hits. Hit he does. 13 hits and a 20 hit. 12 and 11 points of damage, so 23 total. He's looking a little run down already. 2 quick hack and slash. Anna, you notice that he is now moving and snarling and growling. If you want to unleash your held action, go for it.
Just did it.
Thorn Whip, so 26 hits, yep.
10 points of damage, and I can pull it. All right, it's pulled 10 feet closer to me. I don't know if Willem's in the way of them.
No, you're good here. 5, 10 pulls him right up there.
Perfect.
AOO?
No. First of all, it got pulled. It didn't move on its own, and second of all, he didn't leave anybody's range.
No, but I held my initiative.
No, you didn't. You skipped your turn, and he's not even within range of you. It's a good try. He's not even in melee range. But yeah, you weren't able to necessarily do anything. You just had to skip it.
Yeah, you might. If he had been pulled into your melee range, maybe he'd let you take an attack or stuff to the GM, but you can't hold movement, right?
Right, you can't. Well, you can hold your move as a dash action, but then you wouldn't have your action.
Then you wouldn't have your action. That's the thing.
If you wanted to next time, though, no, it's still not within melee range, so it wouldn't matter. But if you wanted to for next time, you could say, "I'll hold my action, my attack, in case it comes within range." Then I would allow it. You would still have lost your rage, and you could have made your save then. But it doesn't technically matter here because it's not in range anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that would be the process. Say I'm going to hold my attack in case it comes within melee so I can attack it. All right. Willem is done unless you're going to bonus action.
Negative, no bonus action.
All right.
Unavailable.
Well, this guy is surrounded and I think is in full-on fight or flight mode. Could potentially do something if he was in dim light or darkness, but now he's surrounded in full-on light. So yeah, I think he's at this point fighting full out here. So he's going to bite at Anna since he's probably still staggering from this thorn whip being pulled in his direction. I assume that would be the reasonable thing here.
Blinding.
So disadvantage?
No, blood curse of blinding, but depending on her armor class, I don't know if it'll matter. With
the Hemocraft die, right? So roll that.
Yeah, so, yeah. No, it's still a 19 to hit.
Yeah, 19 would still hit, right?
Not if I use shield, which I plan to do.
Nice.
Okay, I'll allow it. This is a little. It's all dicey when all the rolls show up automatically, but it's fine.
Well, it works after I get hit, but
yeah, it just you're not supposed to technically know all the dice, but it's impossible with aberrate to know what they are.
No, I guess I held my action, so that was part of my reaction.
Oh yeah, that is technically that is your reaction.
Yeah,
you're right.
That's fine.
Okay, so it gets, and that's just a simple reaction, and it doesn't affect anything beyond that, right, Grolid?
Yeah, it's just it reduces
that
their
one attack
by
right?
the Hemocraft die. Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, blood covers their eyes as they go to attack, or maybe it does not actually stop them from hitting.
But looks even more creepy as it comes in and slashes with now blood pouring from its eye sockets. Still hits on a 19, 10 points of piercing damage, and you are knocked prone. A natural 2 on your strength save, and I need you to make a DC 10 concentration check on your healing. And you actually had to make the save because you weren't in your dragon form.
Exactly, 14.
All right, not too bad. So yeah, your aura of vitality stays up, but you are laying on the ground currently. But that's it for this guy. Ryan.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm at an angle so that when I hit it, I can shove it between the tree and Grolid. I think that's Grolid, is it? Or is that Willem?
Yeah, if you go here, Grolid's back here.
Okay,
so if you go right here, between the tree and Willem,
yeah,
right where you're standing now is probably fine.
Okay.
You blast him once, twice, 17 points of damage, and his body goes flying backwards. How would you like to finish him off?
Basically, shooting a core right through his chest area.
Okay, you guys see the first blast just kind of rip open the chest cavity. The second one like shatter the spine and keep right on going, and the body just kind of staggers backwards and falls over. Dead.
Nice.
There you go.
And silence just kind of encapsulates the whole ravine now.
If it's all right, I'm going to use up the other 7 rounds of healing on people.
Sure.
While we're still in initiative.
Yep. Go for it.
All right. Let's see. We'll do.
You get a heal, and you get a heal.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Willem gets a heal. 10.
I assume during this time everybody can come closer if they realize what you're doing too. So
I don't think they even need to. I think I can get everyone from where I'm at. But Whiskey gets at least a heal. Grollo gets a heal. I'll get a heal. and then probably Whiskey, Groll, and Willem gets one more.
So Whiskey,
It's
Groll, and
2d6
William.
for each one.
So 46.
46 for Willem, 46 for Whiskey, 46 for Grolid,
Do it again.
and then 1d6 for me. Oh, I'm sorry, 2d6 for me.
Oh, thank you. That was very helpful. Oh.
I needed that. Thank you.
HP instead of roll Whiskey. Dead silence. You don't hear any of the creatures that you were hearing before. There's just nothing.
At this point, I take the time to figure out what on earth it is I'm looking at.
All right. Make which ones are you looking at first? You got basically three different types of creatures here.
Whichever one's closest to me.
The one that fell down at your feet is one of the mastiffs, right? Make a Arcana check. Not with advantage. So 2 Arcana checks and 1 I would say religion check with advantage.
All right, so for the one that's at my feet, Arcana check 23. Do you just want me to make all 3 of them?
Yeah, go ahead
And then
go
you
make
go?
all. Yeah.
Okay. So then the Arcana check for the next one is a 17.
Okay. And then religion with advantage.
And then the religion check is a 23.
Okay. Very good. Are you guys gathering back up at the fire, or you just kind of scatter around the bodies, or what?
That's a good idea.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Move
well,
the bodies
yeah,
away
dark
from the
person.
camp.
Okay.
I'll check out the bat. That's the one that he didn't look at.
No, it is. That was the second roll. You can also make a roll for anything you'd like, though.
Let's see. There was the alpha.
The alpha is just a larger version of the mastiff.
Okay. I'm gonna go back by the fire because it's cold.
Yeah, its name is literally Shadow Mastiff Alpha. So I just labeled it that way. Oh yeah, Pix's body is still here.
We kind of decided that he's hid and went and hid in Roland's tent to sleep that night, but because he was going to do the whole something with his bird again.
Oh
That sounded great.
He was trying to do his ritual, his hour-long ritual. He's in the tent the entire time saying, "Guys, keep it down. I can't concentrate." All right. Yeah, so Anna or anybody else, if you want to make a roll, go for it. Otherwise, we'll use what Grilled. All right. The large hound-like creatures, Grilled, they are called shadow mastiffs. You likely have never seen one. These are almost creatures of legend. Black hounds that are largely only found in the Shadowfell. And it really does look like they're just moving ethereal, shadowy forms until they hit light. And then they coalesce into actual figures again. And they often hunt in packs, but this is really strange. This is why you've never seen them before, because you've never heard of them not being in the Shadowfell. The other thing with the 23 that you would know is that they typically are summoned specifically into service by someone or something. They're not usually just kind of free roaming creatures. So that's those. And like I said, the big one is definitely just the alpha of the pack. He's the one who had that howl. For sure. I just had a I used a werewolf creature, so you could tell the difference in there. The large bat creature was your other Arcana check. Again, this is another one that you've really only heard of. It's called a Gloomstalker. And it almost looks like a shadow wyvern. There's not a whole lot that you know about the Gloomstalker because, again, almost always only found in the Shadowfell. And you do probably know that had it been able to get its own shriek off, it would have been more literally paralyzing than what that Mastiff did to you guys. And then let's see, the last one, your religion check. These are called shadow ghasts. They're just kind of another form, another variation on ghouls. If you could make ghasts and ghouls into an assassin, where they can creep around in shadow forms and strike and then dive back into the shadow and not be seen, that's pretty much what a shadow ghast is. So these are a little bit more known. Definitely undead creatures. Still, you may have come in contact with the shadow ghast before. Of these three, this is the one you're probably most likely to have actually seen in any capacity.
How likely is it that I believe that all of these were summoned, as opposed to just knowing that the shadow masters were?
Well, even the shadow mastiffs technically can exist on their own. It's not like they can't exist, but usually if they are present, especially present not in the Shadowfell, the only way they could be here is something summoned them. The others, you're not entirely certain, especially this many. Make an Arcana check.
Give me 1 sec, I'm saving my notes. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
That's a 20.
Okay, 20's not bad. You believe more likely either these were summoned by a great number of people, because to control this many things, it would take either somebody extremely powerful that you've not really heard of, or like a coven of some sort. You think it may be more likely that if there was some sort of a rift, especially since all these creatures seem to make the Shadowfell their home, it seems like it may be more likely that they're pouring out of something rather than being necessarily summoned.
All right, and after spending some time and I believe I may have found the evidence of the shadow forms of the rumors headed around the town. Every one of these creatures here tends to make the Shadowfell its home. Shadow Mastiffs, Shadow Ghasts, and Gloomstalker. I've never even heard of a Gloomstalker being outside of the Shadowfell, and Shadow Mastiffs are rare there as well.
And how would they have gotten here?
That's what I was getting to. To have this many of them, it's possible they were summoned, though to control this many, someone would either have to be incredibly powerful, more so than I believe even the thing we're going after, controlling this many Shadowfell creatures would be likely beyond most wizards. The more likely scenario there would be that they have been summoned by a coven of something, or that a rift has been opened nearby and they're just wandering through.
A rift? What would it take to open a rift?
That's something that could potentially be done by
Summoning away for a dead body.
That's something that could potentially be done by a single wizard. He wouldn't necessarily be controlling them, however, open a rift near your enemies and wait for them to stumble near it.
So what you're saying is that somebody's watching us.
Or setting traps for anyone who might come this direction.
Yes, one of those. Possibly both.
These are probably the shadow creatures that they were seeing back at the city, that they've been seeing.
Yes, I had mentioned that. Speaking of which, we should gather some kind of evidence to bring to them so that they might be more prepared and more willing to believe. And at that,
being prepared, just so everyone knows, that was my last healing potion. I have none left.
I do not have many spells left either, so
I have no spells.
Is anyone in need of more healing? Or are we going to rest here for the night? I assume we were resting here, but if you need healing now, I can...
If there's a rift and creatures are pouring through, what are the chances of more coming through and us being attacked again here?
I think for the moment we're probably okay. Simply that if we've driven off anything that's making noise and we'll hear anything else coming. Could we be attacked again? Of course. We could be attacked again no matter where we are. Out of character, Anthony, that kind of a rift that you're talking about, is that something that, to Groland's knowledge, would be permanently left open, or a rift that was temporary, long enough for some things to move through?
It depends on whether it was done on purpose or on accident.
It's entirely possible that it was not even a purposeful rift that was opened on by someone, just the stars aligned in just the proper way, and I shoot a half grin over it on as I say that, and things happen. So it's possible that it was a momentary rift. It's also possible it's permanent. I wouldn't be able to tell you without actually doing a great deal more research, more than we have time for.
If the stars are in fact aligned, then that is possible, but I'd have to consult with the heavens.
Well, that was more of figure of speech what I used it on, but although it is actually possible that it is true, so
it's not always
to look into it.
Speech, but I will look into it nonetheless.
Regardless, we absolutely must rest. Pushing on could find ourselves in another battle. Staying could find ourselves in another battle. I find that at this point we're all already pretty tired. If we're going to find ourselves in another battle, let's at least get some rest first.
Agreed. How do we set the watches?
Well, my adrenaline's pumping pretty good right now. I'd be happy to stay up for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Willem looks completely done in.
I'm ungingered, so I can stay up a little bit longer as well.
Well, our watch had barely begun, so I could definitely stay up longer and then sleep.
Well, in that case, I will crawl back into my tent and I will await being woken from my watch. Shall we just maintain the watch as we were originally planning to use?
It would seem to be best.
Willem, rest for the night. We'll manage to cover the watches without you. Rest.
I wish I could dispute you, but I'm afraid I cannot. Out of character, he hasn't rested since that exhibition bout, so he's done. He's really tired.
3 fights in 1 day, plus a full day's walk.
Yep. Yeah, you look at him, he's done. So he just kind of unrolls bedroll and collapses onto it. In his armor. Doesn't take anything off. He's still got his pack on. Doesn't care. Just boom.
Willem, you're going to wake up exhausted.
Right. He tries to shrug off the pack.
And I will help him doff the armor so that he can do it quickly.
Out of character, do you have to doff medium armor to sleep?
I mean,
think
it's
you still have
largely.
to doff even light.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just ignore that rule, but theoretically, it's not supposed to be a very restful sleep if you're sleeping in any type of armor.
Well, I think you can get away with it in light armor.
I'd have to check
Medium
it
armor,
again.
I'd understand, but if you're wearing something like just like a chain shirt or something, I think you could probably get away with that.
I'd have to reread the rules, but I think just going by what I remember reading in the player's handbook, that any armor gives you a level of exhaustion if you sleep in it.
Okay.
I'd have to double check that. You might be right on the light armor.
It's one of those things that never comes up until you get attacked in the middle of your watches, and then everybody needs to know what it does.
Pretty much. Correct.
Xanathar's guide says sleeping in light armor has no adverse effect on the wearer, but sleeping in medium or heavy armor makes it difficult to recover fully during a long rest. So technically, if you're sleeping in medium or heavy armor, then you only get a quarter of your spent hit dice instead of half of them. And you don't recover levels of exhaustion.
Okay, well, that's a reason to pack some light armor along then.
So it's not killer, but it definitely has some sort of an effect. And then it does take 10 minutes to put your armor back on.
I do like the idea of you packing your chain mail or chain shirt pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? That's what I think I'm gonna have to get for them. Some.
It's my nightshirt, jingle jangle.
Yeah, pretty much, really. I mean, wouldn't you if you were a seasoned campaigner? You're always risking getting attacked at night.
Or multi-class as a monk.
I thought.
Everybody take a 1-level dip as monk, so you can have your wisdom armor while you sleep.
Right.
That wouldn't help Ryan.
A level of barbarian. We get an arm and defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't get much out of it.
I will collect, I'm not going to call them trophies, but I will collect evidence
Okay.
of the shadow creatures to present to the scars.
Yep.
Easy enough to do. Creature, the boom wyvern, you called it?
No, now you threw me off. The gloom stalker.
Gloom stalker.
Yeah.
That doesn't have feathers, does it? It's all scales?
Yeah, it's pretty scaly.
Okay.
And Whiskey, it is a shadowy wyvern. It's not an undead one. So there's difference there. I heard you mention something about an undead wyvern. Not quite the same.
In my panic, maybe.
Dude,
All right. Well, it's been a long day, everyone. Wake me up for second watch.
Yes. Does anyone remember what our watches that we had set last week were?
I believe I was third.
Link and I were second.
Okay. Then second it was.
Okay, then I was third watch, and I don't remember with whom.
Probably with Willem, but
okay. Then Grolid will take the. Yeah, no, Grolid will take the watch on its own.
No, I think it was Grolid and Pix were third, so he could rest all night.
Pix can still take the watch. Unless we're gonna get attacked, and then, who knows? Life is that fun.
Grohl will take it on his own.
All right. Well, the first group of you settle in for your watches, and everyone else tries to fall asleep after the rise and fall of adrenaline and recovery, and then more adrenaline, and sleep eventually does find you all. And everyone during your watches, it is still deathly quiet. And you realize, you took out the normal predators in the ravine, but also these new creatures that had possibly been stalking this area as well. And there's a lot of, you imagine, normal everyday prey type that are just waiting a little bit longer to make sure it's safe to come out. Little more than the occasional owl frequents this whole area overnight. Link, as you sleep during the course of the night, you have this little flittery feeling settle on your nose, and you wake up and you see what looks to be an old friend. And for a moment, you almost think that you're waking up back home in the village, that your pixie friend would occasionally do just that to wake you up in the middle of the night, either as a prank or because she wanted to go exploring and wakes you up and go off and have an adventure. But you wake up and you open your eyes and eventually realize, oh no, we just had this big, massive series of fights. We're looking for my friend. What in the world is this? Who is this? You open your eyes and you see the face of Navi, your little pixie friend, but it is a terror-stricken panic look. And you hear just this wispy voice saying, Link, I tried to find you. I'm sorry it all went wrong. I'm sorry. And the voice fades out. And as you kind of reach out to grab her hand, the figure also fades away. And you're left there laying, just kind of staring up at the sky at nothing.
I probably would have called out for her at least once upon seeing her fade.
Yeah, the lighter sleepers among you probably definitely hear that at some point in the middle of the night. You said you had second watch? So
Correct.
Probably during third watch, Grolid, you definitely would have heard Link cry out and his hand reach up to find nothing.
Are you okay, Link?
I thought I just saw a Navi. She really looked like she was in trouble, though.
A dream or a message?
Could be both.
Grolid, you did not hear or see anything.
Well, if she's in trouble, then we'll have to find her.
Indeed.
Try to rest. We'll move at first light.
And at that, I'll go back to sleep, or at least try to.
All right. The rest of the night, and for everyone else, it's relatively restful. You wake up in the morning a little stiff, a little sore, a little bruised, but alive and able to hit that long rest button.
Thank the Maker.
And Grilla will actually wake everyone up just a hair before the sun is fully up so that we can begin moving at first light.
I will tell everybody as we're waking up of the dream that I had / vision.
All right.
The whole thing?
Yep, all whatever 5 seconds of it felt like.
Yeah, it wasn't long at all. It
No,
was
but she
basically
said,
just enough for you to kind of wake up, recognize it, and that's about it.
yeah, but she said something that to me sounded important. Was what does she mean by it all went wrong? Does that mean the wizard's awake?
Did she say where she was?
No idea where she was. No idea what went wrong. No idea what she's doing. Just know that she is scared.
Mutagens in chat.
Got it. Morning eventually comes. You guys, I assume, are prepping your spells. I'll get rid of your fire.
Can we do a long rest?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, all this conversation is once Grold wakes everybody up in the morning.
Ooh, I feel better. How much? I don't even. Oh, good. Yeah.
All right, and after a little bit of breakfast, doing your meditations or prepping spells for the wizards, whatever the case is for you, the day is yours. What would you like to do?
Run.
Well, I would like to point out that at the beginning of my watch, I put my armor back on.
Okay.
Just in case. Just before setting out, I would actually like to head back down the trail a little ways and see if I can recover any of my javelins, which I forgot to do last night.
The raccoons picked them up.
Yeah, it'll take you a little bit of time because there's some of them that were up like on the rock face and stuff, but it's doable. I don't think you tried to chuck any of them all the way up at the top where the chimera was, right?
No, I killed 2 sturges and a paraton.
Yeah,
or
make
maybe
me
2 paratons and a sturge.
Make me an investigation check just to make sure you can find them all.
That's a 13.
Yeah, you can find all 3.
All right, cool. I'm glad to not be out of javelins.
But you're acting like you've discovered the necessity for ranged weapons.
No, I've discovered that strength-based ranged weapons in 5e are not nearly as useless as they were in previous editions.
Gotcha.
While Grold is doing that, I'm going to do a ritual cast for 11 minutes to cast Augury.
Okay.
What
would you like to ask?
I'm gonna ask the heavens if we are approaching a rift if we follow our course along this ravine.
I assume rift in terms of what you were just talking about last night, and you would clarify that, or are you being as broad as the question actually is asking?
What we talked about last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it is woe and wheel, or woe and wheel?
We got wheel, woe, wheel and woe, or nothing.
Wheel and woe.
I'm feeling wheelie woe.
Whoa, I'm feeling whoa.
All right. I figure out how this would actually have been played out. Because it's not technically yes or no questions. Augury is a specific course of action you plan to take within the next minutes, and it's whether you'll have good results, bad results, or both, or neither.
Correct. Yeah. So if we were to start walking, would we be closer to a rift?
Okay, there you go. That's better. You, as you're looking through, suddenly, at least to your eyes, the sky darkens, and you can very clearly see the stars beyond the current atmosphere, the stratosphere itself, and all of the constellations seem to be in the right place. It looks as clear as it should. You presume this is a wheel.
Seems the stars are aligned for such a thing. The rift to the Shadowfell plane. If we keep heading this direction today.
Perhaps we can find a way to close it quickly. We have haste to make, and I'll glance at Link as I say that.
But we can't go to Draconian. And that's where she probably is. We don't have permission.
Do we have any spells that could help locate her?
Do we need permission?
Unless
We
you want
should
the
have
entire Draconian race here to...
Well, bear in mind, Draconia is huge. If we want to know the right place to go, they're the ones who know. We can go to Draconia and wander it for years if we want. Doesn't mean we're going to find what we're looking for.
Perhaps, but I suggest having this conversation while we move.
Aren't we looking for a mine right now?
Well, the choice would be the mine or Link's friend. One we have to let go.
Well, we can look for the mine on the way, but I find it highly doubtful the miners could survive this.
Some evidence to that effect, though, would be closure for the
Preferably,
families.
yes.
I would say, obviously, my feelings are always wanting to save my friend. I would still say we continue on our current mission of at least trying to find out what happened to these miners. We've already come this far in regards to that, and coming this far is the first time I've seen or heard from her.
So we might be moving in the right direction for both goals.
Possibly.
Willem, did they not ask us, did they not say, were we willing to complete the task? If we ignore the miners, no matter what the cost, we lose their trust.
They haven't said anything yet. We've received no reply to our message. None.
What did the keeper say to us when you talked to him? Did he not say, will you finish the task? I clearly remember that somewhere.
Yes, in regards to would we be able to take care of the dragon? He wasn't talking about the miners.
Does that
He
not
wanted to know if we
mean
were
the same
capable.
thing, or no?
That wasn't the impression I got from it.
I don't know.
He doubted our ability to handle the dragon if it was resurrected.
Still, Whiskey makes a point. We've said we're going to do something.
We told the
should do
guards
what
we
we
were
say.
going to do this.
Exactly. We
Our
should do as we say.
Yeah, my integrity's on the line here. And so...
Bear in mind, we told the guards we'd look into it. We have. If we can find them and rescue them, I'm all for it. But we all should be aware of the dangers of making promises that we can't keep.
Then we kind of should not have...
Especially with these people.
We should never have done the arena then. Because if this guy is powerful and that's where we're headed, we can't do it. We can try.
Well, we had some fun with the arena, but let's just keep going and see what lies ahead of us. No sense just talking about it. Our path will be laid clear.
Alright, moving on.
And if we're talking about integrity, I mean, again, we're not currently searching for any... Well, we might be searching for a vestige or a Luxon beacon, but who has that as their foremost thought right now? So integrity might be a bit of a wash at the moment. It's not bad. I'm just stating integrity. If that was something to be in question that you mentioned, Grolid.
I mentioned it too, but
well, Grolid's our fearless leader.
Moving on.
Willem smiles, looks at Anna, and says, "So you say."
I didn't originate that conversation, but I'm just enjoying the ride.
Grolid is moving on.
Taking the lead like a good leader should, Grolid strolls on down the path.
he's on down the road.
Are you heading further on, or are you heading back toward town?
Further on, I believe.
Aye, further on.
And unless anyone does anything different, Willem will slide into his usual spot as rear guard.
Same.
I'll join Grolid up front.
All right.
I'll stick to the middle, I guess.
We'll probably have Pix and Link second row like normal. That seems to be normal marching orders, is something along those lines. As you guys are kind of starting to walk down the path, I would say definitely on a Link. What is your passive perception, by the way?
I think it's 14, but let me double check.
Just do the command passive, and it'll pop up here. The day you were missing, I got everybody's updated numbers, and I didn't get yours. 15. You guys must have had a proficiency bonus on one of your levels up at some point. All right. So Pix, if he was around Grolid, Whiskey, and Anna, all of you this time do notice as you're kind of settling into your formation and starting to head down the path, that same wispy bit of smoke coming up from the hilt of Link's sword.
Your blade, Link.
Not that I want to start anything, but you might want to pick your blade up. I think it's trying to tell us something.
Yeah, it's not me smoking this time. This is for real.
Maybe we need to heed some warnings.
I will go ahead and pull the blade out and hold it.
You get the same impression that you got yesterday, but it is stronger, as if it's closer, or you're closer. You're not really sure, but this intense feeling, like you can barely hold on to the blade, it's so cold. But you get this intense overwhelming emotion of there is a strong, overpowering evil nearby.
Yeah, my sword still seems to be trying to warn us about the evil that we're headed towards.
Does anyone know if the Shadowfell, where these creatures come from, is inherently evil or not?
What do I know of the Shadowfell, or what does Grolid know?
Probably less than somebody who would have actually potentially studied the Shadowfell, because you're more focused on the monsters that come into the material plane from it. But you could make an Arcana check. Anybody who wants to could make an Arcana check.
That's a 25.
Okay. Well, you apparently know something about the Shadowfell.
He didn't study only monsters.
No.
That was just his focus. Come on, he's got 16 intelligence and a 16 wisdom. Yeah, he's a nerd.
Shadowfell operates very similarly to the Feywild. That just as the Feywild has like a corollary to everything on the material plane, even if it doesn't 100% match up, you could kind of overlay it and say, okay, the landscapes, everything sort of matches. The Shadowfell is like the dark version of that. It's colorless, it is twisted, it's warped, but much of what you see there has some sort of an analog to the material plane. The realm itself is not necessarily inherently evil, but most things that come from it are. Shadow creatures, similar to what you fought last night, undead in general, seem to make this place home. Creatures like the Dark Mantles that you fought back in Link's hometown area. Anything that seems to be kind of unearthly and dark in context either finds a home there or maybe is sourced there. But yeah, similar to the Feywild, that isn't necessarily, they're not all tricksters and chaotic or good or bad, but predominantly you're going to find things that are a little bit more playful, a little bit more tricksy coming from the Feywild. Similar here, that it's, even if it's not evil, it's definitely going to be dark. The sky itself has no sun, no stars, so anybody who spends any amount of time there would probably come out a lot like, well, your friend Dahan, for example.
Grolid will, with the last exception, with the only exception of your friend, what they just said is exactly what Grolid says, and it comes off like he is remembering a lecture from some class or some teacher. Like suddenly he is almost a professor at this point. And that is like the tone of voice and almost the role he's taking. Like he's remembering how his teacher relayed all that information to him, and now he's, without maybe even realizing it, doing the same with y'all.
Reciting the Encyclopedia Jorhasia.
Something along those lines.
If there's no sun or no stars, I have to agree that it is evil.
Checks out Verona.
Evil is relative, but many things that come from there are not good.
Sounds pretty evil. Mm-hmm.
The other thing, Grolid, you would know, especially on that high of an Arcana check, there are places that can potentially be created incidentally, because there's the veil between the material plane and the Shadowfell is extremely thin. You were thinking about rifts last night, but it's possible that there may have been something dark in the material plane that was enough was done either over time or in just one giant burst that it almost eroded the barrier between the two worlds. And so there may be a spot similar to that creatures could cross over from one plane to the other. Places where dark magic was utilized, and that's the residual effect over time. It could be some sort of a dusty crypt that's long forgotten that might now be used as a shadow crossing, which is what they call it. It's almost like a bridge from one to the other. it's largely in dark, forgotten, shadowy places on the material plane that you would find something like that to the Shadowfell.
Yes, there's the thing that concerns me is the thinness of the veil between the material and the Shadowfell. Any type of powerful dark magics can erode that further enough to create a bridge, if you will, between the two. The rift that we spoke of last night could simply have been, well, maybe not simply, but could have been created incidentally or even accidentally through magics being used that were of a dark nature.
Well,
crypts and whatnot also can act as such bridges.
Willem glances at Link and says, unexpectedly opening a rift to the Shadowfell could probably definitely be defined as things all going wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely not a normal thing.
I just had a rather terrible thought. Colin, you mentioned something about Shadowfell, like the Feywild, Shadowfell, like the Feywild, kind of being a counterpart to our plane.
Yes.
This cold field we've been dealing with, we've assumed it's left over from the white dragon, the great white dragon, or that it was caused by the white dragon, or even by reanimating the white dragon. But supposedly, what if the white dragon had a shadow counterpart on the other side of the veil, and it's come through?
Creatures are not exactly what I meant when I said counterpart. There's not well, it's not impossible, but there isn't necessarily...
I'm not necessarily saying a doppelganger or a twin exactly, but dragons are such mystical creatures, and there are such things as shadow dragons, aren't there?
There is something to that effect. Deep dragons, other types, without, boring you with details, yes.
Well, a vague semblance of the landscape isn't necessarily the same, regardless of how mystical dragons might be. Or legendary, but...
One of the requirements of a thing of that kind typically is that the area itself is dark. I suppose it's possible that enough powerful dark magic might cause it to happen in the light, but I find it unlikely anything would cross over said bridge. Although nothing's impossible. However, I say this to mean that if we come across any mines, that might be where we would find said rift if we were looking for it. And
dark is in dark magic by some sort of mage trying to create a Draco-Lich dark? Or just
potentially.
Just in that dark hole in the ground, like a mine?
Both.
Maybe it's both. Okay.
You guys have been walking about 10 minutes at this point, as far as I know, unless you stopped to have this conversation. I'm assuming you're moving.
No, on the move. Roland's not going to stop.
That's what I was asking, or partly why I was asking. The other reason is as you're moving, as cold as it was overnight, and it dropped pretty cold, and you guys were bundled up quite a bit. At this point, the temperatures seem to continue to be dropping as you move. It doesn't seem like when the morning sun came up that it necessarily got any warmer. And as you are moving forward, you're all glad that you have your winter weather gear right now, or I would be having you make some checks to see how well you could resist the cold. It is bitterly cold at this point. Our type of temperatures, you're talking below freezing, like below 32, and very quickly dropping much colder than that.
We're not going to be able to go. This is not natural cold.
No, it's not. And Grollet is keeping his eyes open still for, preferably signs of miners or signs of campsites, signs of ritual sites.
Okay.
The like.
Make perception check. Anna, I assume you're up front as well if you want to do the same.
Sure thing.
The most we're going to find is frozen miners.
Because there goes my good rolling streak with an 8.
I'm looking around, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll assume visual unless you're wanting to use something else.
26 for perception.
Yeah, you come up around the next bend up here. And two things catch your attention. First of all of you are aware that you've kind of done a little bit of a hairpin. Right now you're traveling south when the majority of your trip yesterday was north. So you've kind of veered around, and then now the turn takes you to the east a little bit. All these jaunts are not necessarily overly far, but again, this is just kind of a spot where it's less straight on like the majority of yesterday was. The other thing that you notice is there's some bits of like foodstuffs and random kind of equipment scattered as you're coming around the corner. And you look a little bit further on, your keen eyesight can spot a cart up in the distance. It looks abandoned. It looks like it isn't fully intact anymore, and whatever was present on it is gone.
This might be the shipment that they were missing, possibly.
I would like to
Rage?
do the
Rage search?
I would like to do the Prince Humperdinck.
Isn't that a piercing?
That's Prince Albert. There goes the family show.
It's gone. It's a snip and tuck.
So what are you doing, Grolid?
The investigation as to what all went on in the area, think Prince Humperdinck from Princess Bride.
Humperdinck.
Or
Aragorn from Two Towers.
That
yeah,
too.
like trying to,
Humperdinck.
you're trying to like deconstruct the crime scene type of thing.
Correct.
Gotcha. Make an investigation check, and anyone else can do that in addition, or somebody can aid and Grolid can roll its advantage here.
I'll aid.
And then I will roll a second one, and that is a 25 on the investigation.
Okay. The foodstuffs that you see seems to be not a large amount. It seems to be for a smaller group of people. And from what you can tell, it may have been scattered along the way, given the distance from some of the supplies that you're finding over here and where the cart ended up. Are you going to move up and take a look at the cart itself too, I'm assuming?
This whole little area.
This cart is small enough that if you wanted to, it could be kind of drawn by 2 humanoids. It doesn't look like if there was any creature kind of harnessed to it, whatever that creature was does not exist anymore. It looks like a 2-man hand cart type of thing. One of the wheels is just smashed. It looks like something took a large forceful, maybe a claw, maybe just a fist, something massive that just beat in the back with almost the tailgate area in the back. Somebody with some carpentry skills may be able to get it at least intact enough that you could wheel it back to town, but for the most part, it seems to be not useful at the moment. No sign of necessarily mining equipment, nor does it look like this cart is necessarily large enough to handle bringing back large amounts of mining, whatever they would have actually dug up.
Is there any blood splatter, corpses, people of sorts?
You're looking around for that type of thing. You do find footprints, because with that high enough check, there's footprints kind of all over the place. But as far as you can tell, you're not actually finding any dead bodies, any blood at all. You think you can make a survival check to see if you can figure out the general direction that the footprints are going.
That's a 13.
Okay, they're kind of scattered. They're all over the place, all throughout here, and it seems like to some degree they go all over the place. But from what you can tell, they seem to be coming this way. You could tell the cart was coming up the road. The cart was coming from the other direction here, because you don't see any of the wagon tracks, the cart marks coming closer to you. Those are the easiest thing to spot. The footprints are kind of all over the place, but they're more pronounced up closer to the cart. And as you go further past the cart in the direction you're currently headed, you can make out more of them. But in terms of where they were coming from, where they were going specifically, you're not 100% certain.
I was actually going to see if I could aid her.
You can make a survival check for that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit better. Collectively, you can probably narrow down, especially based on the cart tracks themselves, that they don't seem to have come any further than where you are now. That they definitely came from the other direction, and it's very likely that they went back the other direction as well.
And throughout this entire
they were coming this way. It's very likely they got attacked in some capacity, and then had a lot of scatter all over the place type of thing, lost some of their food supplies, and then potentially double back that direction again. But where they are now, where whoever it is, you're not really sure.
And throughout Grollet's investigation, he's literally doing the thing, like the Humperdinck thing from The Princess Bride, where he's, telling everybody what he's noticing and how things happened as he's seeing them. So all the information that you relayed to me, I am relaying to the party in that fashion.
I'm picturing Boondock Saints. There was a firefight.
And finally, at the end, it appears they ran back from whence they came. I'm inclined to go see if we can find them. And out of for one last question, actually, can I tell how long ago, even just ballparking, all of this maybe took place?
There's no bodies to go off of, and because of the cold and the occasional snowfall, it's making it hard to track much of anything. You know, it's not fresh enough to have no snow where all these footprints are. That's partly why it's so hard to kind of make out what happened. So you would gather at least a day or two, but it could, you're not sure how frequently it has been snowing. So it could be as much as a week. You're not entirely certain.
This is. I can't narrow down the exact time frame on when this happened. Less than a week, maybe a week at the outside, possibly even yesterday. As early as yesterday. My inclination is to investigate further. What say y'all?
Agreed.
Indeed. They probably dug deep enough to find to awaken something that we don't want to deal with, but yeah.
Yeah, let's just try to find them and maybe steer clear of this possible dragon.
Maybe a little more sunlight as the sun's cresting up over the mountaintops as you're coming through here. So continue on forward.
Continue.
Yeah.
All right, why don't you give me another set of perception checks, those of you up front.
I'm gonna take out a pipe and start smoking for a little bit of guidance.
You gotta smoke it.
That's an 18 for Roland's perception.
All right.
It's a good thing that I did. It's a 14.
14 even with
With
advantage
all of
and and the D4. All right. So it's partly because you're able to track the footprints a little bit, the scattered bit. You see a lot of them start to kind of veer off this direction here, off the path, and head in this general direction. There's a lot less foot traffic and cart traffic going through here. In fact, most of it seems to be covered in snow at this point, but you do see the same similar footprints kind of veering off of the path further forward.
I will continue following the track and investigating.
All right. I'm not going to move all the pieces at the moment, but I'll give you a little bit more shot for shot what you're picking up here. You come up on almost dug out of the rock face itself. There's a stairway that goes up further into the mountain itself. The path continues on. I didn't continue the map further that direction, but the path will continue on and eventually veers to the left again and starts to head its way a little bit more north once more. But yeah, it seems like that's where the footprints have gone, and at least to some degree, the cart path stops right around here as well.
Well, I believe I see where they have fled. Shall we?
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't sound so excited, Brian.
Well, when you're heading right to the den of a dragon, more than likely.
I certainly hope not. I intend to live through this day. At that, Roland turns and marches up the stairs.
Because we find the dragon doesn't mean we have to stay and engage it. No crime to run with odds are impossible.
Unless it decides to engage us.
We'll
right.
cross that path when we come to it.
You get up to the top of the stairway. I'll give you another screenshot here. Oops.
Crappy has a picture.
You get to the top of the stairway here, and the stairs end back here, and you see some structure actually built. This is the first man-made thing you've seen outside of that cart since you left the city itself. This and further on, you definitely see mining equipment. You see some tools. You see bits of ore, and even here, what looks like some sort of maybe a smelting furnace, a small one, but one that they could potentially do a little bit of their own work before they even return. As you come a little bit closer, it's a strange mixture of old structure and newer equipment. It definitely looks like there was someone here recently with fresh footprints moving in, out, and around the entrance that you find right here. Going in further into the mountain, you definitely see larger carts that seem to be at least partially loaded with ore and the things that they had dug up along the way.
Do I see how they would have gotten those carts down? Doesn't seem like stairs would be useful there.
No, not really. Not from this vantage, you're not really sure.
Okay. I was expecting a longer answer, so I took a bite of pizza while you were talking. So that's why the silence.
No, you don't really notice anything specific. I could very easily just say that the stairway is a little bit more of a ramp and less of a stair. I'm going with the map that's built rather than having a weird mechanical explanation for it. Because that's likely what they would have. I was thinking about that as I was leading you up there. I was like, where's the cart going to go?
So it's possible the cart can get down those stairs in some fashion, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah. You imagine that, they maybe fully load it once it gets to the bottom. Maybe they have some sort of a practice to load things down, whether it's a pulley system. Actually, what is likely, because you were going to find these anyway, I just never put them in. That's what happened. Closer to the edge over here, you do see some larger boulders. They're not nearly as large as the platforms that you stepped on in the general, but you see some larger boulders that seem to just ever so slightly be floating out here. And it looks like potentially powered by similar magics that you noticed back at the general, that they had explained they used to be holding up the entirety of the kingdom, and now they're using remnants of it to still make use of up and down types of flotation devices. So that may potentially also be almost an elevator of sorts. I forgot, I just never put that.
All right. So, having noticed that and satisfying my curiosity there, that's that weird, curious question that popped into the back of your head that really doesn't mean anything, but you're like,
right. But then you're still fixated on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Start moving towards the entrance to the mine. I am keeping an eye out for both potential friendlies and potential hostiles.
All right. I'm going to keep giving you screenshots just because it's weird, like navigating through all of this. So don't be offended if I keep taking control of the camera here. The entrance here is pretty wide open. You can tell it's been dug through and then built up inside. You can see rafters. You can see wooden studs being put into place to support the rock that remains in this section here. You can make a perception check if you'd like. Headed in. At this point, as you're moving in, you're probably going to have to go single file.
Okay, so just scroll it then.
Whoever's going second can still make a check.
That's a 22 for Grolin.
$17.
All right. And what specifically are you looking for? You're just kind of looking around in general.
I said I'm more keeping an eye out for, like I said, potential hostiles, potential friendlies, or indications of where they may have gone.
Okay.
I'm looking not just in the mine, but a little bit around to see if there's any, like, if I could maybe like just sensing uneasiness by any like local critters.
Oh, gotcha. Outside of the fact that it's cold here, a lot of the creatures that you've seen, which wasn't much because of the disruption of the wildlife that you had already experienced, but there's not a whole lot here. You're picking up on what's around seems to be willing to be out and about in this particular spot if it feels warm enough to do so. It doesn't seem like there's any necessarily unease with the animals in this spot, but the cold seems to be what's actually differentiating what you're spotting and what you're not.
Oh, that's fair.
Inside, it's harder to make out because now you don't have snowfall. What the tracks that you found out here do largely lead in to the mine, but you see just as many that seem like they were from around the same time that were coming out of the mine. It doesn't seem like they really head anywhere else other than that. These carts seemed like they've been here long enough that they are largely covered in an inch or two of snow. So it's not super deep, but it also doesn't look like it's been disturbed recently. As you head into the mine, there's a couple things that you notice. There are definitely a couple dead bodies almost immediately.
Last.
And I'll look over to Link. Your sword telling you anything about this particular mine shaft?
Just that we're in danger the further we keep going.
Yeah, what Link, what it seems to do is if it feels like it has something for you to pick up on that nobody else has. The two times that it's mentioned, it seemed like it was a warning thing, but it's not constantly communicating if it seems like you already know. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to. That's why I did pull the sword out again. Yeah.
Anthony, the bodies, are they dragonborn and are they fresh?
They are dragonborn. Some are more fresh than others.
We said 2 bodies. Are there more than 2?
How far are you going in?
Well, immediately you said 2, so those are the ones I'm asking about.
Yeah, one of them is probably only been dead for a couple of days. One of them looks like it's been dead for a bit longer. The other interesting thing is you first enter outside of 2 dead dragonborn, carrying pickaxes, mining equipment, that type of thing, with these large like slash wounds across their back and their faces. Definitely were ripped apart by creatures of some sort. The other interesting thing that you notice as you move in outside of the support rafters and that type of thing are there is a weird, almost like a foot toggle switch right here. No real explanation for it whatsoever. There just is almost a button on the floor right in front of the doorway.
I go up and press it.
It's one of those
push
that
to open portal.
it's one of those that you definitely need to like press your foot and use your weight.
I go
hold
up
it
and
down.
jump.
Okay, so Anna moves up and steps on this. It's almost like the opposite of a mine, where it looks like you're supposed to stand on it instead of, if you stand on it, then it blows up. Although we're about to find out if it blows up.
Yep, I'm jumping on it.
Anna jumps 2 feet, pushes down the plunger. Nothing seems to happen.
It's a dud, you guys.
Then we hear the rumbling.
Joe, if you're trying to maneuver the camera here, if you double left click, it'll kind of zoom in at this level, and then you should be able to kind of just pan forward with WASD and stay for the most part at the right level. I don't know if you figured that out or not.
No, I mean I have it where it's like in the like from the cutscene where it's.
Oh, I still got it. The cutscenes. Yeah, sorry. If I free you up here, and you double click like on the tracks.
Oh no! Like you got out of the cutscene. I'm back in it now. But do you want me to go down the tracks? Is what you're looking for? Or?
Well, that way, if you want a little bit more free roam of the camera, otherwise I can keep on controlling it and giving you more cut shots.
Just so we have a clear.
Okay. To the left, I'll give you another shot. To the left, there seems to be a small room off to the left, or you can continue forward past where that little foot plunger was.
I'll investigate the room.
All right. Go in and make an investigation check.
At the 21.
This room looks like it's potentially just excess storage. There's not a whole lot in here. It looks like potentially used for foodstuffs, but whatever was in here has largely been depleted, which makes sense if these are potentially the miners that you were looking for that were supposed to be headed home. It looks like the type of dry goods storage that says, hey, now's about time to head back.
All right, so I'll head back out, and I want to actually take a look at the bodies again before moving further.
Sure.
2 questions. One, do the wounds on them look like they match the shadow creatures we dealt with last night?
Make a medicine check.
Ooh, not my forte.
But I would say with advantage, because you're looking
some
for
of those wounds.
You're looking specifically for things that you just saw with creatures that you've identified. So I would say with your background, not super
I
helpful.
roll a pair of 10s.
It looks like it potentially could have been these creatures. There are larger and smaller slashes. They definitely are claws and not, weapon types of attacks. So it seems likely, but not certain.
Second thing, I want to take a look to see if I can't find any kind of identifying anything. Documents like is the first thing that comes to mind. I'm looking for the driver's license, but anything else that might help me, or more to the point, help the people back in town identify the body.
On these two, probably not. Yeah, I mean, I know looking for a driver's license is what we do now, but that's not really a thing.
Yeah, I know, that was a joke.
If they had any sort of distinctive clothing or jewelry, if they had documents related to the mine, like if they had a a lease on the mine that allowed them to come and do it, or something like that. About a claim.
These two searching through their pockets, they've got a couple coins on them. There's maybe 6 silver between the two of them, and you can get a pickaxe off of each of them, but there's no certifications, there's no documentation from the city. These people look more like workers and less like foremen.
Okay, and Grohl is actually pretty silent about it throughout this whole thing. He's doing his best to be respectful. Does not take the money, leaves it right where it is. Whether else somebody else does or not, not Grohl's thing, but he doesn't. And then after that, I will start to move down the mine shaft, going a bit slow and letting the people behind me keep up.
Okay.
Meaning, if anyone else wanted to do anything in this room, Grohl would give them the time to do it.
Nope. Slide in behind.
Yeah, we're looking for people, not for whatever else.
And these people don't have enough for us to be even concerned about it.
All right. So moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Grolid and Anna, I need you to make perception checks each, and then also reflex saves each. Actually,
Natural 20 for the both of us.
yes.
Apparently.
Natural 20 for each of you. I will say don't worry about the reflex saves. You step in through the doorway, and both of you hear before you see just a thwip, and dive forward. Let me give you a slightly different shot just so you see what's going on here. To your left, as you move through, there are 2 small, stationary, almost ballista-looking devices that seem to unleash bolts as you walk through. You hear it just in time and dive through and end up on the far side back here. Everybody else hears it, and you see the bolts go flying across and embed themselves into the rock wall on the other side.
Well, that would have hurt.
With your natural 20s, the other thing you notice as you're diving to safety is that there are a whole bunch more of these little plunger type devices all over the floor.
Get the impression they perhaps reset the traps.
As you say this, you hear a whir and a click, and those 2 ballistas that just fired look like they've reset themselves.
Or they're self-resetting, even better. Everybody hold. Is there any way I can see to disable the trap, not being a rogue or having crystals?
I mean, you could step in front of it and investigate it, but from where you're standing back over here, you're at a weird angle and a good 10, 15 feet away from it. You're not entirely certain.
Where's my 10-foot pole when I need one?
You got a freaking pole arm.
Is the glaive long enough that I could try to dislodge the bolt from the crossbow without having to expose myself to being shot by it?
Would you like to try?
I would.
Okay.
Again, I'm not getting in front of it.
Make me just a straight dexterity check to see if you can maneuver the glaive at the longest distance to try to just nudge that bolt.
Total of 10.
The weight displacement of this, with all the weight being on the end and you're having to reach out without reaching around the corner, it's just too heavy to be to have that fine dexterity that you need at the end.
Okay, so can I then, in that case, look to see if I can figure out what sets the trap off, looking for pressure plates or whatever?
Sure. Make an investigation check. Anybody else doing anything while he's looking
Taking
around?
a look around, but being careful not to step any place where there's plungers.
Yeah, at least one person can kind of stand in the doorway and look through, so you guys are not necessarily completely blind on the other side to what's going on.
That's a 9 on the investigation.
You see lots of plungers all over the place.
But we didn't step on any of those plungers, did we?
Nope. Well, Anna stepped on one before you went through the doorway.
I'm not seeing what ever sets these off, nor am I seeing a way to disarm them without getting in front of them.
Maybe you should jump on a pressure plate.
Whiskey will go up and take a look at the pressure plate.
The one
That
on
would
your
be a
side of the
stealth
doorway?
roll, right?
Well, it depends on which one you're going to. There's one on your side of the doorway.
Yeah, anyone that's close to me to take a look at it. To
Yeah, there's
see
one. There's one right beside you that you can definitely step on without being, by the problematic spot here. You can see.
The screen's locked still, so we
I
won't
moved
be able to. Yeah, I'm just saying, like before, we couldn't see where the spotlight was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is before you go through the doorway. This one is definitely accessible without having to make any sort of a roll.
Okay. I'm gonna
So
take
that's
a
what you're
look
wanting to
at
do?
it. Yeah, I want to take a look at it. Well, I've got to do a stealth roll because that's what I need to do anyway. But
No, you don't need to
No?
make a stealth check. You're not sneaking
Okay.
past anything.
how
You're
about
just-
an investigation or anything? No.
You're wanting to just look at this device?
I want to see if I understand how it's.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Oh, you stupid! I'm typing it. It's not doing anything.
All right, 22. You go over and you saw Anna jump on it a while ago. Nothing seemed to happen, so you kind of mess with it a little bit, press down on it, and it seemed like when you push down enough for it to fully depress, that some sort of mechanism disengages.
This kind of reminded me of the fish room with the water. It seems that whatever it activated now has disengaged said thing. Don't all get
Just a
excited at
second.
one time.
I'll give you guys a good angle so you can see all these here, or most of these. This is the one that Whiskey's standing on, or messing with here. Anna and Grolid had moved to the far side. There's 6 different plungers over here, and the 2 ballista are back here firing that direction across.
Can I try a thorn whip on the crossbow bolt that's kind of diagonal for me?
Yeah. Go ahead and make your attack.
That's a miss with a 9. Natural 1.
Yeah, maybe it's the angle, maybe it's just the oddity of what you're trying to attack, but it doesn't seem to be able to grab hold and yank it out of position. It just kind of flicks it a little bit, and then the whip comes back to your hand.
So sorry, I was AFK for a second. The bolt sounded like they looked like maybe they disengaged when Whiskey was messing with the button.
Whiskey messed with the button, and he heard something disengage when he fully depressed the button.
Yes.
Do they still look active?
Looks the same on your side.
Start kind of probing the ground with the butt of my glaive, trying to see if I can't set off the trap without being in front of it.
Nothing seems to happen.
Oh, what the hell? Go ahead and start walking that direction.
How far are you walking?
Back to the other group, or the other side of back to the rest of the party.
Okay. Make me 2 reflex saves.
Each of the buttons have to be reset, I assume.
Ooh, set the 9 on the first. A 21 on the second.
All right.
While he's getting pummeled with the first hit, right afterwards, I'm gonna run out and try and press on that, or stand on that depression in front of the crossbow bolt.
Which one?
The one that the first one that got shot.
So this one?
Yeah. So that one, yeah.
Okay. Give me just a second.
You're not muted.
All right, Grolid, you take half damage for the second one, so 3, so 14 points of piercing damage as both of them fire and at least partially clip you as you're trying to dodge out of the way and head back to the other group.
At that, I'm going to pivot and move to be directly in front of the other ballista, and I'm just going to try and smash it.
So you're going to stand, Anna standing here, Grolid, you're standing here?
Yes.
Okay. Grolid, you can make your attack. I need both of you to make reflex saves as well.
Do I see the angle changing at all for these shots?
Nope.
All right.
Straight on.
After this, I'm gonna just drop prone.
Okay.
Nat 20 on that reflex save.
Okay.
So total of 25.
21 on that deck save.
All right. So both of you be half damaged. The first one is Grolid because you rolled first. Natural 1, so that'll make up for your natural 20. So 1 point of damage there, Grolid. Anna also made your save. That's weird. But half damage on 11. I don't know why it went backwards on there. So 6 points of damage, Anna. Piercing damage. And then Anna, you drop prone. Grolid, did you make your attack?
I'm getting ready to do it right now.
All right.
I need to just need to delete right because I don't have my right active.
Percent.
I suppose I can get rid of percent as well.
And Whiskey, I assume you move back away from your particular
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yes.
It is not even giving me the option to use the weapon
hang
I'm
on.
trying to use.
We're still in initiative. All right, try it again, but don't do initiative. Just attack.
And that was a 25 to hit, and then a nat 20 on the second.
Okay. Yeah, you hit it cleanly on both of them. It's seems to be made of pretty sturdy stuff. You can tell that you're damaging it. The structure itself seems to kind of be wobbly, but from what you can tell, you can hear it actually whir and click back into place. It's angled kind of strangely. Instead of like shooting you in the chest right now, it may shoot you in the kneecap instead. And it looks like it could potentially be destroyed, but has not been yet. If you're still standing there after that, then I need another reflex save. If you're moving immediately off of the spot, then that would still technically be in that same round. But if you're going to stay and attack it again, then I need another reflex save first.
I'd like to move in between them.
I mean, it's 5 foot of space on each, honest laying on the ground beside them.
Okay, I'll jump on top of it.
Okay. Make an athletics check. If you're taking an action other than moving, though, then I still need a reflex save as you're taking your action.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm moving directly on top of it. You can tell me if you really do need that dex check, but that's my movement.
Gorlit's jumping on the grenade.
That would be a 24 on the athletics check. Do you really want another dex save?
Yeah, this is pretty large.
Okay.
I mean, it's not massive like army killing ballista, but this is the type of thing that you could probably see mounted on a ship, like almost like a little swivel gun type of thing.
That would be a 15 on the dex save or maybe before the 24 on the athletics check.
Okay. You jump up on top of it. It kind of clips you in the leg as you jump. So you made the save. Still half damage though. So 4 points piercing damage. All of these things seem to keep on going. They have enough draw on this that every single one of them just keeps getting embedded in the far wall, even after it hits you.
All right, now that I am on top of it, I will proceed to destroy it.
String or something.
Okay. I suppose it is easy enough to do if everybody is just going to stand there and watch Grolid use his magical wooden oar to smash a seemingly magical wooden trap.
Is there any reason to do anything else?
There's plenty of reasons to do lots of stuff, but that's up to you.
Lunch would be nice.
Has the other one continued to fire at me?
Yeah, the routine.
You are laying prone. As far as you know, it's not reacting at the moment.
Can we teleport past some of this stuff?
If you crawl underneath, you should be fine.
Well, let's do that.
Everyone here is seeing just a little bit of the orc in Grolid right now.
What does that mean?
Means exactly whatever you want it to mean.
Are you hulking?
Relentless.
I was thinking aggressive, considering it is a racial trait. Again, whatever you want it to mean.
Honest turn, please.
Is everyone coming or no? I'm just gonna stay on this button just in case it's also being affected.
Follow Anna.
You can do that.
Sure.
I'm gonna give you guys one freebie from Pix because this is really his bread and butter. Here.
He eats bread?
Yeah, the one night he
Oh, he's a bird,
really
that's right.
useful, he missing.
I mean, he also seems to trigger them as often as he stops them, but he could at least think like the trap. Be the trap.
But he would trigger them on himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably
Somebody
be
heals
okay.
him later.
That's right.
That's how it works.
I find his role here.
What do you think Grolin's doing with his now down 19 hit points?
But wait, there's more. +8 for this investigation.
You too can get the free trap by dialing 1-800.
Pix moves over to the one that is safe to mess with, back on the other side of the door, and does the same thing that you did, Whiskey. Kind of messes with it, jiggles it, presses it down a little bit. What was your check, Whiskey, when you were
22.
22? Yeah, he points back at it because you're still right there, and says, "Listen again. Get really, really close." And he presses it down, Whiskey, and you hear it disengage like you did before. And then he lets go of it, and you hear it re-engage.
So you got to put something heavy on it, like a dead body, to leave it depressed.
How heavy though?
Heavy enough to keep the thing down.
Maybe some rocks around.
Maybe 2 dead bodies. I don't know. If you can find a rock that you can balance on it.
Pix just steps on it and stands there.
Until we all go, and then he has to get off it, and that's the point I was trying to make.
Whiskey, make an intelligence check.
I'm not intelligent today.
While Whiskey is thinking about it, is there room enough for Pix to do his spider climb thing over the ballistas?
Theoretically, he could walk all over these walls if he wanted to. Whiskey, you imagine these are not traps designed for people to get left behind. That there has to be, if there's a way for somebody to stand in some place and let everybody else through, if you know what's going on, that there's got to be a way for that person to not get left behind and get impaled.
Well, I mean, the bodies had to come from somewhere.
These bodies don't look like they've been impaled. You thoroughly investigated them with your medicine check already.
There's a button.
So there would be a button at the end of the hallway. There'd be something down there that you could turn it off until the other person got through and then hit it to turn it on.
That's your best guess based on what Pix is and you have figured out with this one. Assuming that his supposition even holds weight. You guys haven't tested it yet. But he's still standing there and gesturing for everyone to go. There's only one way to find out.
You know, I'll go. I trust him until I get stuck.
Yeah.
And then I will not. But at
No,
the
no,
moment
no.
I do. I trust Pix on traps.
What are the strings of the ballista made of?
Human hair.
This would be where the GM has to defer to somebody who knows a little bit more about siege weaponry, but it's something strong enough that it could have enough of a draw for a larger, bolt that could impale through multiple people's chests at once.
Steve, didn't they do steel at some point, or?
Wire, yes.
Yeah, I was
wire.
assuming
They
some
used
sort of
wire.
metal wire. Yeah.
Yeah. Not like oak or ox fur tail with wax. That was old.
if I remember right, just looking at the crossbow that we have, it's like some sort of string wrapped in coiled with wire all over it. At least the part that hasn't rusted off. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's a crossbow that you could hold in your hand. This is large enough that,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe two people could hold it and one person could draw it and fire it. That's how big it is.
Essentially, you're probably looking at your first version of some type of cable where you've got wire wrapped around wire.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like a metal version of rope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How easy would it be for me, having now destroyed the first ballista, to just pull the bolt out of the second one?
I mean, it's not that hard to pull the bolt, assuming that you're not going to smash your hand. Somebody who knows a little bit more about traps might be able to pull that off with some level of success, but you could attempt it.
I mean, it's not the bolt that's holding the string back. There's a mechanism that does that gets released. So
yes,
the bolt is...
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you know, it's held taut enough that if you do something wrong and pull the bolt, you could just like mangle your hand as the mechanism, you know, thrust that wire forward. You could potentially cause more damage than the bolt itself if you don't know what you're doing.
That's actually very correct.
How easy would it be to just turn it?
Well, you saw it took 2 smashes for you to force it to angle down. So you tell me how much effort you're willing to put into it. Anna, meanwhile, is still laying on the ground right in front of that other one, so keep that in mind as well.
Nona's like, well, you think she disabled it? It's good enough for me. She's going, excuse me. And she squeezes through and starts walking across.
You walk past the busted up one that Grolid is crouching on like he's Wolverine. Nothing happens there. You walk past Anna, who is laying on the ground, presumably just kind of looking up at you. Nothing happens there. And you walk across to the other side.
It seems safe. Now, you said something about another button? She starts looking for another button on the other side.
Who said what about another button?
Whiskey and them. I was standing there.
Yeah, you can move around. I'm trying to get you a good angle here. This works, I think. So you've come from this way here.
Mm-hmm.
And you can move around and you see 2 foot plungers that look like they're right here. That's the closest ones on this main path. There's also a room that diverts to the right, and where these tracks veer left, you can keep on walking straight instead of veering with the tracks and go into a second room. But at least on the main path, these are the next 2 that you see. You do see in the room forward, there are also 2 plungers in the room, like immediately inside that room.
I will poke my head in the door and take a quick look to see, make sure there's nothing else in there that's going to try and impale me.
Okay. Make a reflex save, please.
Okay.
Get you another screenshot. Let's see. Oh, why did I grab that? That was a weird shot. So the path, or the cart path, veers off to the left. You look in and see 2 more of these things stationed, and as soon as you pop your head through the doorway, natural 20 is definitely a success.
Well,
Half damage, 3 points of piercing damage as one of them pings and just kind of clips into the doorway itself here, and kind of like clips your shoulder as you jerk back real quick. It seems like if you're just standing here in the doorway, it's not doing anything, but the moment that you poked your head in, then it reacted in some way.
Okay, heads up. There's a room over here. This one's not right either. It's same thing. Traps again. She turns around. She starts walking towards the other button.
Okay. Like I said, there are 2 of them here. You've got one closest to the tracks and the one further away from the tracks.
Okay. Gonna step on the first one.
The one closest to the tracks?
Yeah.
Okay. You're able to do so. It does not resist.
I hope it wouldn't.
It says, "Oh, don't step on me."
Well, I stomp on it until it set up.
My
and
face!
Deactivate. Get a good trap and deactivate.
Oh, what a world. Okay. What is everyone else doing?
I'm standing on one of the buttons now that I found. She yells out.
Well, we'll pick another button and stand on it.
You are still currently back in the doorway, as far as I know, where you guys were all standing and waiting. Is that
Can I get
correct?
to another button?
If you want to brave going through the path that Nona just took.
I will drop prone and go through. Crawl along the ground. I am not proud.
Okay. So Anna, you're still laying on this button here? Yes?
Yep, I told everyone to crawl through, and I'm just waiting until everyone does.
Grolad's still perched on top of the shattered remains of this one here. And Willem is crawling across that space. Got it. Yeah, nothing seems to trigger as you're moving past, at least at that particular angle.
See if I can find another button to stand on or lie on or whatever to get it. Go.
You've got the one beside Anna, right in front of
Why
Grolid.
not?
You've got these 4 that are here, off to the side, and then Nona seems to have disappeared around a corner and is calling out that she's standing on another button around the corner.
I will start by trying to do the one next to Anna.
Okay. You stand up here. This particular ballista is busted. You're standing on this particular mechanism. All right.
All right.
Good to know. Or maybe crouching on. I assume you're staying low.
Yes.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
Following.
All right. Are you walking? Are you crawling? What are you doing?
Crawling.
Yeah, down where Anna showed me to go.
Okay. Crawling then. Following.
Totally up to you.
Well, no, if everybody's crawling, then that means that they're not going to get hit. I don't know.
Nona did get hit.
Nona didn't get hit? No, then I'll just
Nona didn't
run.
get hit, yeah.
Y'all saw that. Nona didn't get hit. She was like, excuse me, bye.
Well, then I'll get up and run to Nona.
Okay.
Over here. Don't go in the room.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you start heading off where the path veers, and you see a road or a room up there. And she said, no, don't go over there. And she leads
It's the
you.
shiny one.
Yeah.
Nona's
Quick.
standing on this particular button. There's another one here. Ryan, where are you headed as you crawl through?
I had gone the direction that Anna had indicated.
Everybody else did the same thing. I'm asking where are you going?
I'm just following whoever was in front of me.
Well, the person in front of you was Willem, and he stopped on this button. That's why I'm asking what you're doing. You've got Grolid on this broken ballista. Willem is crouched on here. Anna is laying down on top of this thing. I don't know how far Link actually went because I need to ask him the same question I'm asking you. There are 4 plungers over on this side, and it looks like Whiskey ran through, as did Nona unscathed, and are further on down the tunnel that you can't see.
That's where I will go then.
Further past the group that stopped?
Yes.
Okay. Do you crawl through, scurry through, and get out into this section here? Link, what about you?
I will continue following him as well.
Okay. So the last 2 crawl on through. You hear Pix say, "Do you think that it is safe?"
I didn't get hurt.
Somebody want to stand on this other button? Just be certain?
I'll stand on the other button.
Okay. So Nona's here. Whiskey, as you come around the corner, you realize Nona's standing right beside a ballista that's not going off right now. And
I don't see that. I got a light.
so Nona's standing here. Let me give you another angle. Grabbing shot. Nona's standing here, and the other plunger is right here. There's a ballista that doesn't seem to be firing right there beside that plunger.
Yeah, until you step on the plunger.
Would you like to?
I'll tell you what I will do is I'll crouch down so I'm below the bolt, and then I'll press on the plunger. Can I
Okay.
do that?
Sure. Yeah, you can kind of crouch down underneath of it.
Okay, because I'm not going to stand. No.
All right.
My mom would slap me if she knew I did that.
And Pick says again, "Do you think that it is safe?"
You keep
I guess.
saying that. I don't know if you know what it means.
I think it does. I think it is. I didn't get hit by a bolt. I went through.
What if you get off your button since I'm on this button?
I mean, as safe as any other thing. You can just walk on the ceiling, so...
So Pix steps off of his plunger and just darts as fast as he can across. Nothing seems to happen.
And at that, Grolid will hop. Well, actually, no, Grolid will not, because Grolid would land on Willem.
Willem will crawl on through.
Continue crawling. Okay.
Yes.
Willem crawls
And
on
then-
out. So now you have Ryan and Link and Willem all crawling in this general vicinity.
Grolid would then hop down and, while walking past, reach down his hand to Anna. I think you're safe to get up. And if not, I'll put myself between you and it.
If you think it's fine, then just take 5 more steps that way, and I'll crawl right behind you. I'll be right there.
As you wish. And he'll continue walking.
Okay. You walk through without any trouble, and you see a whole bunch of your subordinates bowing at your feet.
Once I get past this crossbow bolt, like where I was standing, at the very beginning, I'll stand up and walk over to everyone.
Okay. And you make it out with no trouble either. So we have Whiskey standing here, Nona standing here, everybody else in some capacity gathered in this section. I'll
So
give you
I have. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I say I have a theory. Actually, I'm stealing Whiskey and Pix's theory. But my theory is that the 2 switches that Whiskey and Nona are now on, I have the impression possibly only one of them deals with the trap that we just went past. Did I hear you say something about don't poke your head in the door?
Yeah, don't do that. What was that? That was
I
more
assume.
possible.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I have a potential I have a thought that potentially this one of the switches you're standing on would allow us to walk in there.
Well, see, she points over. That's another crossbow right there, and it didn't shoot me when I stepped on the button. So, I don't know if I just deactivated the crossbow when I stood on it. So I'm not.
So do we think this is to keep stuff in the mine or from getting into the mine?
That is a good question.
Why not both?
My guess is it's probably not both, but at least one of those, yeah.
Well,
We need to keep moving.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk past the two that are on the pressure plates.
Okay. Those of you who are gathered in this center area that I've got to focus on right now, you do see into another room that looks like there are objects inside. You'd have to take a closer look inside the room to figure out what they are. But off to your right, there is also, let's see if I can get you a good angle. There is also another room here. It looks, at least at a glance, like another storage area, but it seems like it's got a little bit more left in it. So this would be as you entered, the ballista were on the left and the 4 buttons were on the right. This is just past the 4 buttons.
No, this other room, and I point to the one with the buttons. This is the one that shot you in the face.
Yeah, she points over to that one. That one over there. That's bad room.
I'm gonna go prone and crawl between the 2 pressure plates.
I mean, they're large enough. You basically have to trigger at least one of them, but you can go prone and try to crawl through.
I'll go prone and trigger the left one from this angle.
Okay. You hear, as you're moving across it, you hear it disengage as you go across it. And then as you release the pressure, then you hear it re-engage. And you continue moving into the room.
I think this plate will deactivate this bolt, but I'm going to look around this room, everyone.
Make perception check.
That is a 19.
Okay. There are definitely lots of mining equipment here. You also find bits of ore. This seems to be a little bit more organized. This might be staging ground before they take it out onto the carts, because it's not piled up. It seems to be stacked in the type of size and space that you would just then put into crates as well. Off to the left, I'm gonna give you another shot just because I know this is hard to, I don't know. There is a shot. I didn't grab it the first time. Off to the left, you do see a chest of some sort. And then to the right of the ballista, along the back, there is an open chest that has equipment and then a lot more. Let me give you the other angle here. A lot more items again, of various mining equipment and quality. You do see some shiny bits in and amongst the ore itself, if you want to brave heading in that direction.
Guys, there might be some stuff in here. But I think you need to press the left one to deactivate the...
Is there a heavy object that you can place on top of it?
I'm not that strong, but I can try. I'll take a crate and just start sliding it over.
Make a strength
Pushing.
check.
Two.
All this stuff, for the most part, is filled with heavy rocks.
I can't.
I need a strong person.
Grolid will.
I need a strong brave woman.
Don't look at me.
Grolid will drop prone and move into the room. Crawl into the room that she's in.
Okay.
So this is just like a square or rectangle-ish room with the ballista next to the door. Where's the other ballista?
No, the ballistas are facing you as you come in.
They're in the okay, so they're on the far side of the room, so as to shoot out the door.
Yes, or shoot
Okay.
into the door should anybody walk through it. Yes.
Okay.
There, that shot.
I see them now. They're a little fuzzy at the edges there. Okay. I will crawl such that I get out of the path of the ballistas, and then I will stand up and look for something heavy.
There are nothing but heavy things in here.
There's just Anna like sliding her feet on the ground, trying to push one crate over.
How big are
You're
the-
actually
the
sliding
plates?
yourself across the floor instead.
Like my feet are just, they keep sliding. I'm like heave-hoing, and just like arms extended, just trying to push with all my might.
Oh, you're
Just-
standing and pushing. I'm picturing you like sitting on the ground using your feet trying to push it, and you're just pushing yourself along the floor instead.
Anybody see this?
How large are the plates?
I mean, Anna was able to jump and land both feet onto one of the depression circles.
Okay, so I'll grab one of the crates that looks somewhat heavy, and I will slide it over there. And I assume I can't just slide it onto the plate, though. I'll need to lift it.
Oh, well, you need to lift it in the first place because it's heavy, so make a strength check.
Kroll just picks up the one that I'm kind of trying to move.
It's only a 12.
Yeah, you may have aggravated that hernia. It's heavy. This is the very description of what they would call backbreaking work. And you realize, like, they can mine chunks of it, but these are the chunks that they then have to take out to the cart. Each of these boxes are super heavy.
Okay, in that case, I'll pick out a few chunks, and I will go over to the plate such that I am either not in front of where the bolt will go, or if I have to, then down on the ground. I'll just start putting rocks on it, crawling back, going back to the crate to get more rock until the button is depressed.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check. You're basically playing like building a house of cards. I want to see if you can actually get enough stacked on top without it falling off the plunger before it actually presses it down.
It's a 14.
Okay. You feel like you maybe have done it. It's engaged. You hear, well, it's depressed. You hear it disengage enough. You guys are starting to kind of recognize that sound. You realize if anybody even remotely nudges that particular section, it's all toppling, and who knows at that point.
Wow, the way you said that, Anthony, I almost heard it saying, "I'm disengaging
Yeah.
and I'm depressed."
Well, I kept waiting for somebody to make the depressed joke the whole time.
So, all right. So for the next one, can I just topple over the crate full of rocks so that it's just the crate?
Sure, make another strength check. It'll be easier than trying to just lift the whole thing.
And that's an 11.
You are barely able to dump out one of these box of rocks. You are stronger than a box of rocks, but not by much.
And I will then take that box over to the far side. I will try to get it onto the other plate.
Okay.
And so that
Yeah, I imagine that would potentially be heavy enough to stay in place and keep it down. Yeah, that's
if
doable.
Okay. And then I will stand up on the far side of the two, the opposite side of the ballistas that I started, and kind of move such that I'm going to get shot by only the first one if I'm going to get shot. That was a brilliant timing on that sound.
Knock the mic over.
That scared the kabeejies out of me.
So which are you standing near, the right one or the left one then?
Okay, so when I came in, I went to the left, and I worked on the left one first. But that's the one with the pile of rocks. The
Right.
one on the right now has the box on it, and I am to the right of that, moving in front of the right ballista.
Okay, well if you're to the right of it, then you're not in the path of the ballista. That's why I'm trying to get clarity. If you're just in front of it, then you're still in the path of the ballista.
Well, no. What I said that I did was after I put the box on, I moved out of the path of the ballista, stood up, and now I'm going to just kind of walk to be in front of it, preparing to jump the heck out of the way if I need to.
There's a top-down view. So you stacked your the rocks here, the box here, and you moved over here?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Anna, where are you and what are you doing?
I'm going over to that one treasure chest on the right-hand side from the doorway.
Treasure chest is over here on the left. Here, let me get you another shot. I'll zoom back out. I have so many screenshots here. Treasure chest is here. Doorway is here. You came in. That's the treasure chest that you recognize as some sort of a treasure chest. There are other things over here in open chests, but this one seemed to be the special one.
Going to the chest.
Okay. It is closed. The lid is closed. What do you like to do? And Grolid, what are you doing on the other side? / what is everyone else doing? Including the two of you who were at least previously standing on plungers. Are you still there or have you moved?
I'm not moving.
Okay.
I'm looking. That's the
If she's
reason why
not moving, I'm not moving, so I'm staying there.
We're just taking a nap on the floor, waiting for somebody to tell them what else to do.
And if they're not moving, then I'm gonna move.
Yep. I'm going to move up into the room with Anna and Grolib.
I
Okay.
will also.
Okay, so Anna, what are you doing on the chest specifically? Grolid, what are you doing in the room? And Ryan and Willem, I need you to make reflex saves, please.
Since I'm not a master lockpick like Pix, I'm just going to try and opening it.
Okay. Cast Shatter.
Nope, just kind of open it if I can.
Yeah, it's not locked and doesn't appear to be trapped.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry,
Yes,
I'm saying
fireball.
reflex is dexterity. Reflex is old school and Pathfinder.
Yeah, just gonna open it up, see what's inside.
Cast Moonbeam.
Nah.
All right, both of you just barely move out of the way, but still get clipped. Let's see, first one came through was Ryan's. We'll do that one first. So 5 points, sorry. 5 points of piercing damage for Ryan, and I don't know why it throws it in backwards there. Then 4 points of piercing damage. Willem, as you guys move into the room, you're even careful to like not knock over the things piling up on top of those plungers, but does not seem to be the thing that is preventing these particular bolts from firing.
Oh, ow, oh.
Well, that was useless.
That was what I was attempting to test.
Tested.
Yeah, consider it tested.
Wait, Kroll, why did you put things on the right plunger?
There are 2 ballistas, 2 switches.
Might just be one switch for both ballistas.
We haven't time for this.
Sure we do. We have to.
Well, maybe we know what happened to the miners now.
The shadow creatures probably tried attacking them.
Has anyone tried just calling into the mine shaft to see if there are any miners still alive to answer?
I've considered it, however, I'm worried about what else might be down there instead.
Doesn't matter. We'll find it anyway, right?
No, there is an element of surprise if we're expecting a rift to the Shadowfell in here, but you know.
Well, I mean, they had to get past all the ballistas first.
They would have
Figure
had
out.
to, but yeah, so what does that mean? Did they or didn't they? There's not any dead bodies here, so.
Well, I mean, if you crawl, you can get past all of these so far.
Anna, inside that chest. Oh, by the way, what are you two who just got hit by the ballista bolts doing?
Continue moving into the room and away from it.
I move in and to the left of the doorway.
And I will go
Ryan moves
right.
right, or left, and you move right. All right, Willem, just so you know, it's doable, but you'll have to kind of move around because there's boxes and piles of ore and stuff like that. So you got to come around to like this area here, but it's doable. The ballistas are here, so as long as you're not in that path, they don't seem to be turning and firing at anything.
Yeah, I'll stay out of their line of sight.
Anna, inside that chest, you find 3 different things. One seems to be a pair of goggles, similar but not identical to the ones that you are currently wearing. They almost have like a red lens to them, rather than one that zooms in and out.
Okay.
You find a container with almost like a spoon or knife dispenser type of thing inside that has some kind of an ointment in it. It looks about half empty. And where was the last thing? Oh, there is a just an orb, some sort of like a crystalline type of circular structure about the size of a grapefruit.
Oh no, not again.
Yes.
I'm so glad Pix is not here.
Yeah. Get rid of that thing. Nothing to see here, Pix. Nothing to see.
Nothing to see. Hey, stay outside, Vix.
Okay. I'm gonna grab those things.
It's only about a pound, and the material is actually glass.
The orb?
Yeah, the orb itself.
Okay.
Other than that, it looks like there maybe were other things in it at some point, but nothing else currently.
Can I look through the goggles? Let's see if they're special, like if the red illuminates anything or does anything special.
At least at a quick glance looking through it, everything looks red.
Got it.
It looks like it probably does do something Cool had you the time to actually investigate it further.
Then I'll save it for a later time.
Taking a look at these switches, is there any way to tell what they might actually be affecting? I mean, we're hearing a disengaging sound, but what is it disengaging?
Make an intelligence check.
Oh,
That's an 8.
From what you yourself have observed, you're not entirely certain yet. It doesn't seem to be random, and it doesn't seem to be directly correlated to what's immediately in front of the thing that's firing. That's what you've sorted so far. Whiskey, I'll let you make the same check, though, based on what you've kind of seen. You've had a decent angle at what's going on, and you've investigated these already once. If you want to make an intelligence check as well, you can.
He's trying to say it again to him, but we can't hear him, so.
Intelligence check,
Oh,
Whiskey.
sorry. Okay, because I was on my way to an. Check.
Yeah, you're just glad that this ballista staring you in the face is not firing at your face right now. So, other
I'm
than that, you
crouched,
haven't
but
had
yeah,
any other insights into what's going on yet.
No, just that when you press it down, certain ones they stop.
Yeah. Give you guys at least a slightly better zoomed out view here. So Nona and Whiskey are here. This is the path that you came from. This is where a lot of you are waiting. And then this is the room that you've gone into. You've got stuff piled on top of both of these. Anna and Ryan are over here. Grolid is presumably here. And Willem is here. The most of the rest of the room has more ore, either piled up, ready to be loaded, or boxes full of ore. Willem, you do see one more box that's open that seems to have various equipment in it, closer to the ballistas themselves.
This just seems weird that they would have so many ballistas set out like this in a mine in which they're working.
I guess if they know which ones to press, it's not a threat, but just a security thing, right?
Pick says, especially if they have a crew. Everyone knows where to stand to help everyone else through.
It must be extremely dangerous working in this area, though, to have all of these ballista everywhere.
Whiskey, make a history check. You being who you are.
I don't know if it's whiskey or picks that are rubbing off on me, but it might be because it's it's something valuable that they want to keep safe. But they can attest to that.
I'm sorry. History?
History check, yeah.
Tuckage.
Better than a 7.
Oh, you haven't made it to the level in Bard where you basically automatically get a 10 on everything?
No.
I forget what level that is.
The last time I saw that I level up was like last year.
That's not true. I mean,
during the COVID.
maybe it was
during the COVID.
maybe it was 2020, but
It's 2020.
you don't get level ups every week.
Somewhere last summer, I think.
That's definitely not true.
Yes, it was. I think it was July, August.
It was late October.
Not long ago, huh?
What have you done since then? What have you accomplished since then?
I've tried to accomplish a lot. I've actually
What
sent
have you-
someone to school. I've done.
Not since then. No, that was right before the Halloween game.
Yeah, so then we had the Halloween game. He went all the way to the freaking Treasure Island and fought the Hydra on the way.
What have you accomplished since then? Remember, we're doing milestones, and
we
I
made
told
the
you how you.
Captain Rich. Is
I
what
told
we
you-
did.
I told you how you're getting your level ups here. What have you accomplished since then?
We're not going to accomplish anything because we're going to attack the dragon, and that's going to be it.
Or you're not going to attack a dragon. You're going to spend all your time attacking ballistas with oars.
Tied to the best another.
Look, we have a leader that we follow. That's how it works.
Hey, that's our
Hey,
leader.
There we go. We elected a leader. That's what we accomplished. There you go.
We're searching for miners instead of things.
So we drop down a level then for getting a leader.
You know, we're not even supposed to touch miners. It's against the law.
Yep.
Just saying.
What were we saying about Family Show?
That's Family Guy, and that's not a family show.
We were saying I may have to trigger the explicit content for it. No, we're not quite that bad yet.
There's not a single podcast that doesn't have that on it.
Whiskey,
Beware of filthy language, and
Whiskey, your
I don't get it.
what does click with you at least a little bit is that the same thing that you notice outside is ringing true in here as well. Some of this looks newer within the last year or so, and some of this looks pretty old. You being the archaeologist, you don't necessarily have time to necessarily date everything or know where it came from or
How
whatever.
old is this
But
ballista that's next to my face?
make an investigation check. You know for certain it is older than the tracks that are laid and older than most of the support beams and columns that you see along the way. In terms of structural placements, the ballista here and the plungers themselves seem to be some of the oldest things that you see.
Like, how old?
You're not 100% certain
Can I
because
get a cat guess?
you don't know. How often do you study ballistas?
I may start studying them.
Yeah.
Good.
But you can tell they are just by the state of the wood. It's been treated to last a while and probably has some sort of magical quality, which you guys may have already gathered by the fact that it auto reloads itself. But that seems to be what's keeping it held together. But just the fact that those things are older than everything else tells you this space may have been here longer than the mine has been here.
Yeah, and I have and the tracks are how new?
Within the last 2 years or so.
And the only one near me is Nona, right?
Everybody else can probably hear you if you call out, unless you're trying to be quiet.
If I start screaming, things may come up from the belly. But
The furthest person away from you is Willem, and he's probably about 60 feet from you in the other room. It's not that far.
hey, guys and girls. Hey, group. Hey, leader.
Hey, lady.
What?
These ballistas and plungers are extremely old. They're older than the tracks that are laid here. This was either a fortress, some type of defensible fort at one point, or it could be, I'd hate to say the burial ground for the dragon bones, but it is extremely guarded. And that's where we're at. This is really old. So they came here to mine about a year or so ago. Somebody did. Now, it's very possible that the brat that's carrying the head of the wizard went ahead and did this ahead of time and didn't go get the wizard until such time if he's his apprentice. So it's very possible. I'm just speculating, of course. But people don't set these things up. This is strategically placed ballistas. Take it for what it is.
We need to figure the system out so that we can begin moving. We are wasting time.
Then I won't check anymore, and I'll just stand here and hold the plunger.
No. Keep checking. That information's important. That wasn't an admonishment, Whiskey. That was well done.
Well, I know we need to keep going, but the full point is if we know a little more of the history, we know what we're getting into. I would just say be aware that this is old, which means it was protecting something. So what we're headed towards, if there's a portal, it's because somebody tried to raise some type of dragon. But the point would be is it's like an old fortress, an old safe house, an old something. And that's something we got to be aware of because it's strategically militarily placed.
Probably a treasure vault.
The dragon's treasure hold, maybe? Nobody comes down here to dig in the hole in the ground unless there's something important.
This is where the dragon is. That's too obvious. If that's supposed to be a big secret, they wouldn't have people mining it.
Not if someone found out about the secret, like the kid, like whoever.
Not for 2 years. You said these tracks are 2 years old.
They were laid about 2 years ago.
Yes, that's long before that person came this way.
We don't know that.
Yes,
he could have went back for the wizard's head.
Navi was in the village when we were there.
No, I know that.
Take the wizard's head until after that.
But why would you take the wizard with you if you're going to go do what he needs you to do? It's just saying. I wouldn't do that. You'd pay somebody to go dig the hole first to make sure you're getting what you want, and the information you got is correct. It's a thought, but I don't want to pass any thought up in my head right now because
but I think the operation would be too leaky. You'd have to be counting on everyone involved to keep it secret.
What would be the point of, you kill everybody.
Yeah, but you have to expect them to keep it for 2 years while you're doing all this.
You don't tell them what you're digging for. You just tell them there's gold or they're digging the mine. I don't know. The guy's evil, so, what's the point? I can't think like that, so.
You guys see Pix looking back at the doorway that you had originally come from to the outside. And he eventually, once you all stop for a moment, says, "This is not big enough. No dragon bones could fit."
Not to mention that there's a ton of ore here. Seems to imply that they're mining ore, not dragon bones.
What's the point of the ballistas that were here long ago?
And could be what else is found on the earth. Could be where this ore is coming from.
Willem, make a history check.
Is Shadowfell ore more valuable than regular ore? I don't know.
I don't even know what Shadowfell ore would be.
Darker, I'm sure.
Nope.
Growlithe, outside of the fact that these are identical to the ballista that you already investigated out in the hall and smashed to smithereens, there's not really anything else that you're going to be able to get from them.
Okay.
Just so you're aware, Anthony, from now on, I'm going to start looking in the ground, and I'm going to start looking around archaeologically for anything that could have been dropped that was old. Meaning, just if somebody was here and constantly went back and forth, they could have dropped a coin, they could have dropped anything.
So anything that looks out of place because it's older
anything that looks archaeological, yes. And like relics. So now that I'm aware that these are old, now my archaeological sense is kicked in and I'm like, okay, now I'm going to start looking.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now that I'm down around the ballista, I'll start sifting the dirt a little to see too.
They're mining for pianos.
They already found one.
Exactly.
Now they need more keys.
Well, I'm gonna go up to where the pressure plates are, crawl underneath, and stand back up on the other side and be in the same room as everyone else.
Okay, Grolid and Willem and Ryan are still in the room that you just left.
Yep, everyone else.
So we have
Going there.
Link and Pix and Anna and here. Nona and Whiskey still on the plates, I assume?
Yeah, as far as she's aware, the reason why she's still on this plate is the reason why she hasn't shot in the face with a crossbow, or ballista bolt. Hey guys, do you want to hurry it up? I'm getting kind of tired of standing here.
Okay, let's get out of here.
The three of you in here, are you heading back out, or are you going to look around in here a little bit more first?
I do want to take.
I'll make
Go
a
ahead.
quick.
All right, you're on this side. You know, Anna grabbed a few things from a chest right here, and everything else over on this side seems to be more ore of some type. The only thing that doesn't look mining-esque seems to be a box over here full of different types of equipment that may potentially be useful. You're not really sure until you get over there. And something has a little bit more of a shiny glint to it, colorful shine.
Oh, okay.
Roll.
I go look.
Yeah. You'll have to pass the ballista to get there.
I'll crawl under the ballistas.
Yeah, Grolid was headed that direction as well, so I meet Ryan over there by the chest.
All right. Willem, are you also
Yes.
consolidating over there?
Yes.
In that chest, there's about 200 feet of rope. There's one set of climbing gear. I don't know if I think that's what it's called in the equipment section, but whoever is wearing it should be able to have advantage on climbing checks. So athletics checks for climbing. It wouldn't be the type of thing you just wear all the time, but you could take a minute or two to throw it on and then be able to make use of it. And a couple hard hats. You're not sure if there's any value to those unless you're just worried about something falling on top of you. But there's a sack that's in there that seems to be slightly brimming over with about 6 gems, probably the size of a potato.
Okay.
Varying colors. Seems to be one that's diamond,
Cool.
one emerald, one ruby, one onyx, one sapphire. And you get down to the bottom and you realize the other one is just like a weird lump of coal.
Roland will grab up the climbing gear and stow that. And looks at the gems and says, I have a feeling we'll need all of these, including the one at the bottom.
I take them and hand them to Pix.
I don't have an emerald yet. I kind of smile sarcastically.
Quiet, you.
Willem pushes you in front of the ballista.
And if that's everything from this room, let us move forward. You all go, I'll go last.
You all crawling through?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Grolid, since you're the last one through, I'll have you make the check for the group. Make a dexterity, do an acrobatics check to see if you knock over that little tower of rocks that you made. Yeah, somebody at some point as they were moving through kicked just enough of it that the tower comes crumbling down on the left plunger. You can reset it, try to reset it if you want, or keep on moving.
I'll take a moment to try and reset it.
All right, make another sleight of hand check.
That is a 10.
Okay. It takes you about 3 or 4 minutes to finally get them to stop. Like you get one on and then the other side, it rolls off the backside and you get another one and then another one falls off, and it takes you a couple of minutes, but eventually you can get them all stacked up. But if you're in a hurry, you're probably not going to be able to have the time to do it. That's probably why you're bumbling through it as it is, because you're in a hurry.
Yeah, at some point after 30-ish seconds, he gives up because we've wasted enough time. Okay. And hopefully we don't need this one depressed. And Grolid will be depressed.
Grolid is depressed instead of it. You know what? All right.
I can level up someday.
Don't worry about it, Grolid. He got in here and got shot anyway, even though it was all pressed down.
You guys are coming up then. How are we doing on time, by the way? It is 11:30, and I'll give us to a stopping point at some point, but if you need to stop now before I introduce the next little section, let me know.
I'm fine.
Everybody looks over at Steve.
Everybody good so far?
I'm good.
Yep, I'm good for now.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do it.
So we have Nona and Whiskey standing here blocking this little ballista. You have what looks to be this, I would say a spike trap, but they almost seem to be the opposite. They almost seem to be a barrier to keep anything from rolling through unless they are down.
We only see a wall.
What's that?
We only see a wall.
I see sharks.
Did it trigger that time?
Oh yeah, the sharks are back.
See, I don't see the sharks. That's sad. I'm sad about this. I just see that the camera's basically pointing directly at one of these walls, as if I'm beating my forehead into it.
It's like a Lord of the Rings picture. But yeah.
I don't know what to do for you because I definitely have a different shot. Let me see if I can change it around here.
Hold on, I'm gonna reload it.
I mean, it's definitely what it is on my end, so it's not gonna help.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll switch it back to explore mode because that shouldn't be the case.
I can move to explore mode. So where would you like me to go? Just shine a light.
Well, I was describing.
There you go.
This
now we
here.
can see.
Yeah, there we go.
These are the two pressure plates that are still being stood on. So the room you guys just left is back here further. So yeah, these little spike things somewhat look like traps, but because of the way that they're set up, I mean, they're up right now. So it looks almost more like they're blocking any cart from moving through.
That would be new. That stuff would be new.
It's built, yeah, it seems like it's built as part of the the cart track, at least to some degree. As far as you know, it looks new. Further in a little bit more, there's a closed portcullis of sort. It seems a little bit smaller, a little bit simpler than that, but it does seem to be blocking something on the other side.
Big hairy creature.
And then the cart path continues around to the right and through another doorway.
I'm gonna go up to the portcullis and see what I can see through it.
Okay, make a perception check. Okay.
A 15.
15. What you can tell looking through there is that there's a lot of ore here, but this isn't like a dull iron type of gleam. This is probably raw gold, possibly silver. You definitely see copper in here, but it seems like it's still kind of part of the chunks. So the stuff that you saw stacked up was a little bit of that as they were preparing it for transport. This is kind of the stash, the stockpile, that seems to intentionally be closed off to anybody who just might wander in and looking to grab stuff. It would take some time to refine it, or you would have to sell it to somebody who would be willing to refine it, because this isn't necessarily as valuable as just gold bricks or gold coin, but this is how you make it. So this is, I wouldn't say filled, floor to ceiling, but it is pretty full of, like I said, mostly gold, but some silver and some copper. Just raw rock.
Okay, I'll share that with the group.
Not what we're here for.
Nobody hiding in there, I presume.
None that I could see.
Any other ballistas?
Also, none that you can see.
Twitches?
Again, none that you can see.
Those spikes that are on the tracks, do those look like they fell from the ceiling, or like they might be catapulted up towards it?
Neither. They are currently up in an upward position, just like you see it on there. They look like the position they would go if triggered is down.
Got it.
And into the floor, so something on the tracks could continue moving through.
Got it. Okay. I thought maybe it had either fallen or would go plunging up.
No. Like I said, this doesn't look so much to be a trap as a stopping point, either intentionally or to prevent people from rolling out with their cargo.
Got it.
Now, the effect may be completely different if you were to actually trigger it. So that's up to you. But that's, at least at a glance, what it looks like.
And I will begin to move further so that I can see around that bend.
Sure. So there's a couple things that you notice in here. First of all, there's a little bit of it looks like a warm glow. And there seems to be some sort of magical lighting of some sort inside that gives it a little bit more. I lightened up the room so everybody could see a little bit better, but let me darken it again to give you a little closer to the actual effect. Yeah, so in here it seems like there's a little bit of light emanating around the walls as you're losing a lot of the natural sunlight at this point, but it seems like they've got some basic enchantments to keep this room a little bit well lit. And even though it looks warm and inviting, you've noticed the further that you continue to travel into this mine, the colder it gets. So as you step through this doorway into the next room, it is a blast of cold air.
So I did step into the room and did not get shot.
You tell me if you'd like to stop at the doorway and just look.
I was planning on stopping at the doorway. I wasn't planning on stepping through just yet.
Then yeah, that's what you see at a glance. You see a couple of mine carts. Let's see if this screenshot actually works.
Hey, that works.
Yeah, you see a couple of mine carts. Some of them have ore in it. Some of them do not. And there's just, like I said, the magical glow that looks like it should be warm, but if it was at some point warm, it is not currently because everything is frigid.
All right, so I'll get down and do the prone position and kind of just crawl up that I can just barely see either side of the inside of the room.
Somebody fighting dragons in there? I'm hearing just like this roar in the background every once in a while.
My mic's off.
Nice if we had a familiar to help us right about now.
Hey, I got one of those.
His name is Pix, guys, and he's a real person.
Oh, I was thinking Cygnus, but
So Grolid, you're crawling in?
Yes.
And looking
just
around?
far enough that I can just so far enough that I can see around the wall, the door frame there to see if there's anything that I would not have been able to see.
Make perception check.
That's a 22.
As far as you can tell, no ballistas, no plungers in this room whatsoever. What you do see is you're down on the ground. Let's see if you actually can make this out. How far in are you crawling?
Initially, just far enough to see that there are no ballistas hidden behind the walls there. Once I have, confirmed I'm not going to get shot, I'll actually stand up and move into the room a little bit, maybe like 10 feet.
Okay, sure. Then yeah, you notice that it looks like the tracks kind of veer off. It looks like maybe they were planning on building them as they continued delving in, but instead what you see is an opening that looks like a large cavern further straight ahead. Up here, and it also seems like you could almost swear that you're seeing actual wisps of cold coming up. Like if you were to open up a freezer and you see the cold wafting out, that's what it seems like coming up from this cavernous area.
And the tracks, they turn and then they end?
Yeah.
And what if anything important is off to the right of the shot you're giving us right here?
I'll zoom out and give you. So you came in through here. There's your mine cars. It's just a wall with some light. This seems to be the last part that they had been most recently digging in. And it pretty much terminates right here.
Okay, am I supposed to be seeing more than just a stone floor and the flashlight?
Yeah, definitely.
Because all I'm seeing is...
We might be seeing the ceiling, or like the roof.
You could be. I'll have to report that to Tailspire that sending shots with... Because, yeah, we're zoomed in a couple layers in. Yeah, I'll give you control again if you want to take it in. To the right, it literally is just a wall.
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting to see. Okay, cool. So
feel free to do any of your spotlight stuff, Anthony. I just dropped the layer down.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you just have wall here. It veers off to the left and then terminates. And it looks like this room is the most recent room that they had been doing the majority of their mining. It seems like they had been building tracks as they were digging further in. This terminates as if they were planning on continuing on this way. But what you're seeing is down in here further, there seems to be a cavern that's either been freshly dug out or has been discovered. You're not really sure because it doesn't look like the same type of carving and cut as you've seen in other places so far. Some of the other places so far. But definitely this is where all the wispy cold is wafting up.
I'll pull my cloak a little closer around myself and start moving over towards the
Like
cavern.
says, we should follow the wisping cold as far as we can.
Lig said we should follow the wisping cold as far as we can. And Link, yeah, I barely heard you, man.
He's in his car driving to work.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
All right. Is everybody else following Grolid?
Yep.
Yeah, fearless leader and all that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know about the fearless or the leader, but the one in front.
Yeah, neither is Grolid, but
Yeah.
anyways.
You start heading down the pathway here, and what you spot as you start heading down, I'm trying to get a good angle, and I'm just not going to be able to do it, I don't think, because of the field of vision and everything. We'll see if this will actually let me screen capture. You spot down here at the bottom this frozen chunk of what looks like crystal and gem and ice all kind of combined. This definitely seems, whatever it is, seems to be the source of all of this cold that's emanating. And half of the chamber below covered in ice, covered somehow in what seems like fresh snowfall. But as you start heading down into the chamber, it is like walking into an ice box that's inside of an ice box. I don't know if it could get colder than it already was in this mine. It definitely did as you start heading down into the chamber. And the last thing that you notice as you start heading down are, see if I can give you, as you start moving your way down the stairway, you see, can you see that right here?
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
It looks like beds, rough beds, but beds and what looks to be frozen bodies of miners all laid out in a row in their beds. And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Hey, Ryan, we found your 4th gem. Woo!
The white one.
Or we found the best freezer in all the lands.
Good place to hide the bodies.
I get the impression it wasn't frozen when they went to sleep.
What fun this one afterwards. I can hear you.
All right. Well, good game tonight. Made it through early combat. You kind of brute forced your way through some traps and discovered what potentially lay within. Any
Potentially.
parting thoughts, parting shots, anything like that?
Bonfire.
Just
Burn it
remember,
all.
we lose an hour next week.
We do not. I double checked. It is the 14th.
Is it when did they do that? It was supposed to be the 7th.
I don't know. I just looked it up earlier today because I knew you were saying that it's the 14th. So we have like 2 more
wouldn't
weeks.
lose an hour either way because the hour doesn't change until 2 o'clock in the morning.
Depends on how much sleep you need. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure March 14th is what I saw. We'll be back next Saturday, though. I appreciate
Yes, it is
somebody
March
stuck with us
14th.
the entire stream, so I super appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you come back. From all of us here, stay warmer than our current party is. If you're in cold places, and if you're in Florida, well, like we are, continue enjoying the sunshine, I guess. Stay safe. Stay COVID free. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Nice.
Bye.
Bye bye.